right, y'all. It looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Horizon Live. I'm Oculos410. It is amazing to have all of y'all here. It looks like we got a couple people watching in the live stream already, so I am beyond grateful for y'all. If you want, please feel free to leave questions in the live stream, especially if you have any for our guest that's going to be on stage. We usually start us off with a welcoming guest, somebody from the audience. So make sure that you are here in Horizon, in World, if you want to be that guest. Never know. It might be one of y'all right now, might be somebody that's coming in soon. But we're here every single Sunday, which ironically, next Sunday, we're actually going to be hosting a special night, and it's going to be a surprise. So y'all might not know until that day, maybe that morning. So please stay tuned. But next Sunday, we will not be here. It's going to be a special night. It's going to be a surprise guest on a surprise night, keeping in the spirit of all of the surprises for our show. And if you haven't been here before, if you haven't watched the live stream before, the Horizon Live has actually been a talk show that we started back during the beta to kind of talk about either a major accomplishment like the launcher competition, if we had some world creators who really created something special, or if we just wanted to bring people up here and kind of tell their story. And so now that we're out of beta, there's a lot more people. As you can see, if you look around the room, we've got tons of people here tonight. And as I mentioned, we got some people watching in the live stream. So I'll be watching the chat. What's up, Cyber City? What's up, Byron Hill? Joe Byron was in the audience, but had to run out. So appreciate him hanging out in the chat. And I don't know if y'all knew, but before Horizon Live on the Vidyuu tutorials channel, you could see Laex05 on the Vidyuu tutorials doing live scripting and building. So if you are interested in that and you want to see something live, he even put some polls up in the chat to say, what should I make next? And give you some options. You can even participate in the chat on Vidyuu tutorials. So that way you can be a part of the show. So, um, for some reason, Lakes is actually invisible, but even though he's invisible, we know you're here in spirit. So we'll hold a moment of silence for Lakes' avatar. All right, that's enough. So, welcome everybody to Horizon Live. It's great to have y'all here. So, Horizon Live over the next month, I'm going to give a little bit of a facelift. And the reason I want to do that is because recently I attained my Vidyuu verification for my builder's badge. And believe it or not, I actually put in the time all week in the videos, practicing my scripting, and I actually am now a verified scripter. So I am blown away. I know some of y'all probably are just like, I don't know what that means. I don't know why that's important. But trust me, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. I do want to have people up to the mic and get a chance to ask some questions about that. But the show's not all about me. I know it has my name on the sign, and I'm sitting in the hot seat. But it really is about the audience. It really is about you. So throughout the night, if you have questions, please come up to the microphone, ask a question. If you want to know something from our guests up on stage, if you have a question for me, or if you just want to talk about a topic that maybe is interesting to you and you think other people might have something to say. So I'm grateful to have each and every one of y'all in world. I see people are still spawning in, which is amazing. So thank you very much, and hopefully we can get this capacity issue fixed so that way I can get 3 more people in here. Right now we got 29, and so far the world behaves well, and that's because of the low scripting since this was built during the beta. But trust me, we're gonna add a little bit more, make sure it's a little more interactive. Maybe we can get you guys some wearables, or holy moly. There's a name up there I haven't seen in forever. It used to be Dominic Patrick. Wow. Metanuma, welcome to the show. I don't know you by that name. I'm used to Dominic Patrick, so welcome. So shout out to some people out in the audience. There's some familiar faces and there's lots of new faces, which is amazing because I love seeing all these new people coming in to see Horizon Live, not only live, but also stopping back week after week. So I want to shout out some of the new people here. Kiana, welcome. Welcome, Polite Psycho. Tony Montana, did you bring your little friend? No? We got Snutterella. I don't know if you've been in this world before. Welcome. Thiessen, shout out to Thiessen. Thiessen is my door presenter in World Tours, so it's great to have Thiessen here. If you've ever been to World Tours, Thiessen points out the doors that we're heading into, directs some traffic, welcomes people. Cooley, bro, front row, appreciate you being here. Kevin Warhoff, you've been here a couple times, but wanted to shout you out because I appreciate your support and welcome back to Horizon. We got XX Mush. We got Natural Sweet Hay. J.A. Da. And I think that's it. Super, who keeps leaving. He must not be interested in the show. So welcome back. Might be some good things happening again. And welcome to Super's live stream. Not only are we streaming on Super's live stream, but we also got the Vidyuu Nights channel. So if y'all get kicked out and can't get back in, make sure you check out Vidyuu Nights because you can watch it. And if you decide you want to go into build mode and you want to check this out, not being able to get into Horizon, feel free to watch the live stream or listen in as you're building. I know some of y'all have done that and gave me that feedback, so really great to be able to do so. So, one thing I like to do when I start off the show is tell everybody, look around the room. I mean, tonight is an extra special because of the people that I didn't mention. There's some amazing creators in this world right now. Shout out Dan Blast, who has a whole rack of worlds, and all of Dan Blast worlds are incredible. I think Dan Blast even has a Arena Clash clone. So shout out to Dan. Fried Death, some amazing sculptures that I've seen, especially in the horror genre. So if y'all are looking for some horror sculpting, maybe you got a commission that you want some art in your world. Fried Death is amazing. We got Mad Rabbits. What up, Rabbits? We got awesome people in here. Metaclean, Rupert, Dimster, Mansformer. I'd ask you to come to the mic, but we don't have that much time. We got Dawn33. Shout out to Dawn. I mean, there's so many incredible creators in here. And this is really what I love about Horizon Live. It's not just new creators coming in to kind of hear, learning about what's going on in Horizon, getting some tips, and maybe hear some gems being dropped from experienced creators, but it really is about this audience of new people coming out and really just absorbing not only just the stage, what's happening up here, but really the people out in the audience. So please make sure you connect with some of these people out here. You shout out Gamer. Gamer is one of the OGs. Gotta appreciate his support. Donnie Dionysus, always supporting Club One. If you haven't been there, check him out. He's at the top of the leaderboard, number one influencer, and so many more people in this state, in this world. So thank you all. I'd love to shout you all out, and plus shout you out in the chat. Cyber City VR throwing up the peace sign, and we got Blue Frog joining the world soon. So why are we here tonight? Well, first of all, we're here tonight because we've got an amazing guest to show a little bit behind the scenes of what's going on in their world, but also we've got our opening guest. Now, usually I have people point around the room who they think it's going to be for our opening guests. And I think we're going to do that one more time. So look around the room, look at all these creators in here, and who do you think is our opening guest? Go ahead and point them out. I see Man's Formers looking at Snutterella. Ooh, Gamers pointing at Pigeon. I think Thiesen's got Dawn. So it's kind of interesting to see who's being pointed out there. And only I know who's coming out on stage, or at least I've told the person that they're going to come on stage. But every time we have this show, I want to open up with somebody just to kind of welcome people to the stage, give them a chance to share what's going on, but also put a little limelight. You know, I like to spotlight some people who are doing good things and just overall amazing people in the community. So, our first guest who's going to open up tonight is actually going to be the co host tonight. So we're going to keep this person up on stage. If they got some questions, maybe you want to ask them some questions. But please, y'all, welcome to the stage, Mad Rabbits. Give it up for Mad
Hello.
Rabbits. Let's see some confetti. Let's see some of that confetti out there. Come on up. Grab a spot on the
Hello.
couch. How many people know Mad Rabbits? Let's see some hands. Have y'all seen the live streaming she does, hanging out on the regular supporting creators? Mad Rabbits, it's great to have you up here as our opening guest. And
Thank you.
I think you're the only person that knew you were going to be a guest ahead of time.
Yeah.
So
Pretty
this week
much.
I did cheat a little bit because I really did want Mad Rabbits to come out here and give co-hosting a shot. Because Mad Rabbits, I've been following your live streaming. I've seen some videos you post hanging out in Horizon, going world hopping, and lately it looks like you've got a video that's exploded. Tell us a little bit about that.
I one of my videos just hit 1 million views today.
A
So
million,
I
a
have
million.
never had that before. It's crazy. I'm trying to get all the comments, like reply to everyone. I'm like, oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up.
day day one of being like a viral video content creator and you're doing the very thing that I think most content creators tell you not to do when they go viral. It's like, don't try to answer every question, don't try to respond to every post. But did your phone just start exploding and then out of nowhere you're just like, my battery's dead, or like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah. Well, I actually keep all my notifications off because I just have so many like apps and everything. I just go on Facebook randomly and I'm like, oh, look, someone liked my video. Oh, look, 50 people liked my video. Oh, look, 500 people liked my video. What the heck? And then I saw it. And then I did the stupid thing, and I'm like, let me go overboard. Let me make a Discord. Let me,
Oh no.
do this. Let me put out another video. So I went all overboard with it.
So at this point now you have merch, you've got your own like fan following, like where can we find you on YouTube, or where are you streaming right now? Just Facebook gaming?
Yeah, right now it's just on Facebook. I do it at least once a week. It's usually during the weekend.
Wow.
Sometimes on Friday, sometimes on Sunday. Um, I just pop up. I don't have a schedule yet, but yeah.
So we got a couple people out in the audience. How many of y'all are doing streaming right now? Obviously, Super's like streaming day in and day out. I think I can't turn on my phone or my computer without seeing Super is live. But how many people out there, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, a couple of people streaming? So for those of y'all who are not streamers, let me tell you a little bit about streaming. So I mean, you don't have to answer this if you're not, but are you monetized yet on your Facebook for streaming?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, so the monetization on Facebook, it's kind of weird because they do monetization for posts and then they do monetization for reels and stories. And for some reason they separated those two. But when you finally have like content that is getting picked up, the algorithm just goes crazy on Facebook as opposed to like TikTok and on YouTube. And I still don't know the algorithm. Of course, it's proprietary, but for some reason with like Facebook, when I see a video and like I'm early in for like the first like maybe couple hundred views, I'll look at it and I'll be like, oh man, this is hilarious. I'm gonna have to save this. And when I want to show somebody, I'll look at it and be like, oh, it didn't blow up. But lately, for some reason, like I'm looking at a couple of these videos, and it's like if they're actually like really funny in their original content, like when I save it and go back to it, they're hitting like hundreds of thousands of views. Like, how many times have you had a video that actually hit 100,000 views so far since you started streaming?
Um, since I started streaming, this would be my first one that hits 100,000, but it's my second video that hits over 100,000. My first one was a Grand Theft Auto video that I made a while ago on TikTok, but this would be my technically my second one. My first one to a million for sure. But yeah.
That's incredible. A million views. And so obviously you didn't force this one like down people's throats and overshare it. Like talk about like, just whatever you did for that video, because a lot of people think that you really need to like purposefully try to make it funny or make sure you include certain content.
See, I'm just stupid sometimes in general, and they'll be like, "How do I, reload this gun?" And then people just love it. They're like, "Girl, the clip goes in there," but then wait, it's not a clip, it's a magazine. That's the number one comment that I've been getting on that video. It's like, no, stop calling it a clip, it's a magazine. I'm like, oh, you're reading magazines now, like what?
Yeah, and it's kind
So
of interesting because if you actually do anything wrong in any of your videos, like out of nowhere, you literally have like 100 comments about how you did the same thing wrong. And that's the thing that I'm noticing about viral videos is that it's more about the reaction of whatever you didn't do right or something that you named wrong than it is about doing something that, was purposeful or you're just trying to be yourself. Like, do you like follow anybody that you notice that like they're the reason that they're viral is because of either they're goofy or is it they're just purposefully doing things wrong?
yeah, most of them are just for goofiness, and usually it's just natural goofiness. Honestly, it's all natural. Those are the ones that are usually viral. Um, like some YouTubers that I watch and things like that. Some Facebook people that I watch. They're just like naturally like funny, and they go with the flow. They don't like force it. They don't go like, you sometimes know when it's like acted out and stuff. No, these people go with
Just
the
organic.
flow, and it's great. Yep.
Right. So let's step back into Horizon because while I did want to at least celebrate your million views because that is incredible.
And then I start building, but I'm the kind of person help you. It's always good to have people start up and everything. So just it was a pretty weird transition there because I started from like world hopping, posting pictures in the Horizon group, um, just showing worlds, and then eventually like I'm streaming. So
And speaking of streaming, I'm trying to bring the live stream back up. I apologize. Horizon loves to give me a little bit of trouble when I least want it. Um, Now your streams, I think was it your stream where you actually were in a world and like people were like harassing your group?
yes, so that did happen as
So
well. That
talk about
was
that a little
pretty
bit
bad.
because that's something that I feel like no matter how hard you try to like just be yourself, hang out, have fun, be positive, there's always somebody in there that just can't avoid being negative. Like no matter how hard they try, they just have to be
Mm.
negative. Like talk about that for a minute. Like how
Yeah.
do you combat that?
So It was actually a really bad experience. I was actually pretty upset about it afterwards, and my husband was watching it too, so he was pretty upset too.
Sheesh.
So yeah, imagine being him. So I went into a world and we were just I think it was I forgot whose world it was, but it was a brand new world that had glow sticks in it, and we were all having fun. Psycho was there. You know, I had a couple other people there. I think Country was there. You know, a bunch of people were there, and we were just having fun. And they started talking on like the mic and everything. And I was taking pictures with a couple of friends, and these guys that were next to us started calling me names.
Mm,
So, they walked away, whatever, and then we were going to walk away as well because we were going to leave the world, but we were right by the music, so we needed to go somewhere quiet. We went by the
right.
quiet area, and they started saying a lot of stuff, a lot of bad stuff to me,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it was mean words, like words you shouldn't call woman. And I caught it all on the
Mm-hmm.
live stream, and it was just horrible. And then as soon as I go to the next location as well, people there was another person that was like sexualizing me. And I was like, this is an avatar. What are you doing? So I had a really, really, really bad stream that night. It was so bad that I actually had to delete it because I just didn't want to go back to it.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that. Did you keep the live stream up? Because one of the things that I noticed that a lot of times when there are negative experiences that go beyond that line, just, saying these disgusting things, whether it's in, a racist or derogatory or in a sexual way, a lot of times the reaction is people delete it because they don't want to relive it. They don't want to keep it up for people to see that negativity. Also, it's embarrassing. I mean, I can't even imagine
Mm-hmm.
or begin to even empathize. But as far as just being out here in Horizon as an avatar, I mean, I know that there's a lot of people here that have probably experienced it themselves. Unfortunately, people that have just been disgusting or rude or racist. Anybody experience that here in Horizon? That negativity from just another person, whether it's a stranger or just somebody in a world. It's so unfortunate just looking around the room, seeing how many people have
Yeah.
had this experience. But the thing is that I can count on one hand how many times I've had those experiences, but there's not enough hands in Horizon to count all the amazing experiences that I have, and that's why I keep coming back. The people that I've met, the places that I've seen, and I've been so grateful and unfortunate to have people just add me as a tester to share their world through world tours that I've seen probably now over 700 worlds, which is mind blowing. And the only reason that I'm sharing that statistic is just because since before the beta opened up, we had a very limited number of worlds that we had, but the worlds we had were just so amazing for, at the time they still hold up. And one of them I want to shout out is Game Grid. Game Grid has actually blown up into this incredible world now with unlockable discs that you can throw during the game. You can, I think, you can purchase level ups, but the collaboration that has come out of Game Grid. So shout out to Ubiquitous for the incredible imagination, for the just the foresight to collaborate with other creators to bring a little piece of their world into Game Grid, and then just to share that with people who are now coming in as new creators and also people who have been here for a while returning back. So it's amazing that replayability that just was starting to taper off as the beta opened up, and then completely just skyrocketed. So shout out to Ubiquitous, shout out to Elastic, shout out to all the collaborators that worked on that world, and now all the collaborators that are creating discs for that world and sharing that traffic. So it's amazing. So rabbits, I unfortunately have not been looking through your creations lately, but there was the one world that you have, and I don't know if you ended up having to make it 18 plus because I think there's a little bit of blood in there. But talk
Yeah.
about your world. I think it has rabbits in it, I imagine.
Yeah.
But talk about that world.
Actually, big shout out to Freddie over there, Fry Death. He did
Hey,
the big rabbit on there. He made that for me. And it's
I
it's amazing. Have you seen it? Oh my goodness.
I wanted to talk about it because of Fried Death, because we started off the show talking about the incredible sculpting work that he does, and that's how I learned about him, was through the pictures that were posted in the community group of his Freddy Krueger, of your rabbit that he created, and it was just like mind blowing that all it takes is just him getting an idea, and what comes out of it is just incredible. So I mean, I can't
Yes.
say amazing more enough amazing things about Fried Death. But if you haven't yet, go look at Fried Death's catalog of just incredible creations, and I know you've got a ton of drafts out there that are just waiting to be put into worlds. So
Yes.
make sure you scoop them assets up and just start just making worlds, because everybody wants to see that, trust me. So that rabbit world, aside from the creation that obviously Fried Death, put that work into, how did you get together with him to create that? And then what is the world about?
Okay, so he actually came to me on Facebook and he was like, "Hey, look, it's a rabbit. I made it for you." And he made it out of my the Mad Rabbits logo. And I was like, "What?
With the
That's
Ben Ear?
incredible." Yeah. It's so cool. And actually, the logo guy that made the logo saw it for the first time last week, and he was like, "What?
Mm-hmm.
He remade this creation? That's awesome!" But that world, it's basically just a house that I made. It was just my first simple house that I made, and it has a famous butt on it. It has this
A
guy named
famous
Country.
butt.
Yeah,
Okay, that's hilarious. I didn't
yeah,
think that you would say famous butt tonight on this show, but now you need to
yeah.
talk about it. What does that even mean?
Yeah, so it's the most famous butt on Horizon. Um, his name is Country for Life. One day he farted on, in the game, and so we put a
Oh
butt
my
of
god.
him on our gate, and so it's been there, and it's farting away as we speak. So it's
Oh
great.
my god.
Yeah,
See,
but the
and I
world.
love the creativity, these worlds that are made just from like inside jokes and stuff. Like I'm sure people have made worlds and they're just like something happens and they throw something in there and it's their little inside joke. But I mean, that's just kind of like off the wall. Like if you go into
Yeah,
that world and you're just like, all right.
that's
So
the first thing I
so
show.
country, shout out country, because country is awesome as well. If you don't know
Mhm.
country, make sure that you check him out. I think it's, what is his new is it 1996 is his new one, or is that his old one on Instagram?
Um, yeah, I believe the new one. I believe the new one is 1996. Um, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, either way, check out Country on
Yeah.
Instagram, and then of course, if you ever get a chance, check out his worlds. It's the only country, and then four numbers. So either way, check it out. Um,
Mhm.
so rabbits, you have the one world. You've been world hopping. Now talk about when we met, because obviously mine and your perspectives were both completely she comes walking up, I'm like, it's rabbits. And I'm like, come on up on the tailgate of the truck. And so she didn't know at all that her mic was broken because she wasn't muted. And I just thought she was just being creepy because she was at the edge of the tailgate just staring up at me. And occasionally, like, an arm would come up. And I'm like, do you want to come up on the truck or no? And so I just see her staring at me. And I'm like, okay, or not. And I'm like, well, I'm going to take a selfie just since you're here. It's really great to meet you. And I take our selfie. And I go to hand it to her, and I'm just like, so what's up? And she just walks away. And I was like, I have no idea what the hell happened, but I was completely confused by that entire interaction of, I guess, our communicating until like sometime later on a messenger chat. You're like, so what was that about? And I said, I don't know. You literally stared at me the entire time and said absolutely nothing. And then we both realized that her microphone was broken. So the hilarious part about when you're having a conversation, you should probably ask if like you are even like communicating. Maybe your mic's broken or something, because Horizon and the bugs, which the live stream consistently is crashing for some reason. I think Super's running into the same issue I am. So please feel free to like jump up and down and wave your arms. Up, Super's gone again. So right on time. I think the desktop version of Horizon is bugged, so I know a perfect place to put that bug into. So shout out user voice if y'all don't use it. All right, so rabbits.
um, your mic is over there now.
Of
Oh.
course it is. Oh, great. Again, have to make sure that the live stream is actually running super smoothly and turn off my microphone. All right. This show is turning out to be fantastic. Apologize. So, I wanted you to be the co host tonight. Are you ready to bring on our special guest if they're still in the room? And then we'll ask some questions, and feel free to co host it up. Feel free to
Yeah.
ask questions. You can laugh at dumb jokes if they happen to be terrible. And maybe I can show you the card and I'll give you the sneak peek before everybody else. Terrible, terrible
Oh,
choice, right? You want me to choose somebody
wow.
else?
Geez, yes, please.
Okay, let me pick somebody else. All right, that original guest, I apologize. You're going to stay in your seat. We're going to pick somebody else from the audience. So let's go ahead and bring them up on stage. If this script even works. What the heck? Who built this script? It's probably the guy who's coming up on stage tonight. So please tell me why this doesn't work. Hey, look who it is. It's Laex05. He's muted. We'll tell him so that way he doesn't talk the entire time.
I, I didn't break the script.
This thing's trash. So welcome Laex05 to the stage, y'all. Lots of
Cry.
confetti. Anybody in this room who does not know who this person is, keep your hand down. Everybody else, confetti up in the air if you know who this guy is. Laex05.
Who?
I think he wants
Who?
my chair. Like, this is the kind of person
Who?
he is. Like, no, I want your chair. Here, you host the show.
Oh, well, thank you, Oculus. You think
Did
I'd
you
give it
script
back,
in your
but
name to
I
flip?
appreciate that.
Your name.
Oh,
Your
I
name's
should
gonna
have.
flip
I
out
should
any
have.
second.
Oh.
So if y'all
I've been
don't
in
know
VR for
Laex05
4
somehow,
hours, and we're gonna keep going for like another 2 to 3. So I hope y'all have got popcorn, a good coffee, and woo! I love that script.
try
That's
some of
my
this
favorite script
trash
right there.
coffee. It should
Wait,
keep
oh, there it
you
is.
awake. I actually added an additional delay to it,
What?
so you really
With
got
the
to throw
coffee?
that thing.
I
Yeah,
really
I added
can.
an additional delay because I got my scripter badge, so I went ahead and adjusted the
Yeah.
script.
Oculus
So
did get his scripter
05, hey,
badge.
he's not going to let me talk. We're going to let him have the show.
And I'm not gonna let you have
All
coffee.
right, it's your
Are you
job
taking all her
to
coffee?
babysit DJ Carlos Bot over here.
Now we
We've
know
lost
why
control.
he
Get out
won't
of my
let you
seat.
talk.
Get out of my seat. We've lost control.
I guess I'm.
All right.
Aw, sadness.
So this is basically the natural interactions that we have. This is why we don't build together very often. So if you ever watch the live stream that happens before this one, he's in there building by himself. because whenever I'm in there, which yeah, return script's gonna steal that cup. So anytime that we're building together, usually it's me giving him advice that he doesn't take, and then later applying it to the thing that he's doing. So we typically only work together when we have a very specific thing that we need to work on. But I don't even know where to start.
It's okay. Friday,
Not even
nice.
me.
Yeah, I'm at a new maybe. Yeah, you guys see. Oh
Two
yeah,
people.
perfect. So you remember that there was 2 or 3 people on
Everybody's
YouTube making tutorials, and they were almost no scripting tutorials. The scripting documentation on the website was pretty much non-existent, and I wanted to build a game. I really did, and there wasn't any way for me to learn. I had zero ideas what I was doing. Didn't really have a clue. I couldn't figure out how to build. I spent 2 months learning how to build a gun script. I can do it in 5 minutes now. Um, took me 2 months to learn how to build a gun script. If I'd had a tutorial, I could have done it in maybe 2 hours, maybe. I don't know. Just like, but that was the point, is after I'd gotten through that whole process of the painful months, I literally spent over 100 hours one month just struggling to learn the scripting. And after that, I spent a month thinking, should I make video content on this? Because there isn't any. And I was like, well, maybe. And then I was getting on a flight to see my parents in Las Vegas, and which sounds like, wow, you got tons of money, but we only went because it was only $24 per person. The flights were just ridiculously cheap round trip. And so in the airport, I recorded my first video and we posted it. And then I recorded the second video. I think maybe it was the first video was recorded before getting to the airport. We posted it at the airport. Second video was recorded at the airport. Third video was at the hotel in Las Vegas. And my parents are like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm starting this new business. I think it might be successful. We'll see what happens. We're going to post YouTube videos. And she's like, oh, that seems risky. Are you sure? And I was like, don't worry, Mom. We're not going to like stop everything with our business. And so we did stop everything with our regular business.
Oh,
and so we just basically let the rest of our contracts roll out. And by the end of the year, we had zero money coming in, which was just crazy. But we would end up being blessed by the creators like you guys, who would literally post on the official group and say, please hire Vidyuu to make tutorials because you guys have no education material. It's awful. And by the end of the year, they had hired us to make tutorials, which was just such a fabulous blessing. And yeah, so time out. Let's go.
So Vidyuu means learning and videos. That was where you kind of like, now we're up at where you're making tutorial videos. So I was trying to pause you because you were really like telling the story of Alex, Vidyuu, Vidyuos, Vidyuu everything. So we really wanted to get a chance to ask another question because you were going to tell where you walked on stage today if I didn't stop you. I love the energy, and maybe the coffee's a little too strong.
Well, this morning I was figuring out. Oh, you didn't want to know how I got here? Never mind.
Jeez.
These people really love you because right now, if this was off the rails and it was just me up here with no names McGee, it would be just us three on stage right now, and Super and maybe my bot who might laugh. But seriously, I wanted to ask you a question about before, like people like me came into the beta. What were you doing prior to keep yourself busy? Because you said you didn't know scripting at the time and you were struggling. And I think I joined in February of last year. When did you join? In 100 words or less?
I joined in August 2 years ago. So it's almost been 2 years. It's 2 years next month.
2020?
Right? Yeah, 2 years next month.
Oh,
or 2 years this month.
So
yeah.
So 6 additional months later, I came in, and there was no snap tool, but there were a couple of gizmos and 15 primitives. What were you doing 6 months before that, considering how fast it's been growing the last 6 months, how much we've gotten compared to the 6 months until, my group came in?
Yeah. Well, it was growing way slower back then. At the time, the team that worked on Horizon was extremely small. They didn't really have any budget. I'm not sure how much of that I'm really allowed to tell you, but really just imagine an app that they were hoping maybe might work and they were not really putting all their ducks on it, right? And so it was growing really slow. In fact, I like to tell people this because I think it's so important. We're growing 4 times faster, right? Yeah, something like that. In the first 6 months, we had 2 years worth of updates. The first 6 months this year have been 2 years worth of updates in Horizon. It's just mind blowing how fast it's growing. So what you really missed, though, was the art period. Horizon was almost all art-based worlds when I joined. There was a couple interactive experiences. Almost all the interactive experiences were designed by Horizon themselves, and they were pretty bad. The good ones I didn't find for a while. We eventually found Blink Ball, but that I didn't find that early on. And there were some other really good ones that were just kind of hidden because the menu system was even worse than it is today. And I mean, it's a stepping stone process, right? Things just get incrementally better. When you came in, things were starting to become more interactive. I was online on the forums every day, and if somebody asked a question, I went and recorded a video immediately and posted it. That's basically what I was doing. So it's like if somebody wanted to know how to do something, there was a video coming out pretty soon. Nowadays, I can't keep up with the number of requests. The Sunday thing is really great because you guys get to vote, and then we do that. And so I've just been loving Sundays. So please join us Sundays. It's right before this at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. That's like my thing in life. I learned this when I was early in college. I like to help people. It's just like what fulfills me. And so it's kind of like I've set out to be my goal to make sure I'm always doing that.
So I wanted to talk about the art piece for a second because you said not many interactive things. Blink Ball was out there, but we didn't find it for a while. But the art kind of never left, and that's what I really love about the fact that how strong art is. I don't know if you've checked out Tone Scarfo's
it's gotten
art,
so good.
Art Culture World, the Art Wars recently with B Breezy and Chirac. I mean, the art is just getting so amazing that I can't even believe that these are built. Yes, and so I'm trying to lead into that, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. Spoiler alert. All of the art that's going on right now is incredible. So I really, really like, I mean, I've already shouted out Fried Death like 7 times, so he was already ready with confetti. But aside from all these amazing sculptors, the amount of different kinds of art that's in here, that's why I brought not a fan of art. See ya. No, but seriously, the artist that I brought on here last week, Zach the artist and Satomura, they literally took Horizon stills, like pictures in Horizon, and created these amazing comics. And Zach is making these incredible paintings and drawings that he's been recreating avatars. And that's just one small example of all of the different art that's being created now. And I'm not even like a deep art fan, and just seeing all of this creativity is incredible, which leads us into the anime world, the Vidyuu anime exhibit, or what did you call it?
Yeah, we called it the Vidyuu anime exhibit. It does feature Fry Death in there, as well as 7 or 8 other amazing creators.
Where
in
the heck
addition
did
to
he
him.
Right there.
Yeah, he's right there in the second.
He's moving closer. It's like a real horror movie. Like he's literally getting closer as we look. What is my hand doing?
You want some
You're trying to grab the
too?
string.
Did you voodoo my hand? What is happening with my hand?
Yes, throw coffee to the audience. There you go.
There you go.
No, so
Okay,
you know, it was a pretty awesome
serious.
thing. I
I
think I think I can speak to it. Basically, we get a few clients coming in to do video, or excuse me, world production, and one of them wanted to do anime. Like that was the one they were interested in, is anime characters. And so we asked 8 or 9, I think we asked a couple dozen actually, but we got 9 people to actually submit, and they submitted these really fantastic art pieces, and then we put them together in the exhibit, and we are able to now show the client this is what is possible in Horizon Worlds in terms of anime. And originally everybody was like, oh, where's Sherazade, he's the best anime creator. The thing was, and the thing that blew me away, is just by asking these creators, some of them who had never created characters before, some who had, and the work they came out with was amazing. I mean, stellar. It was. I'm so glad that Sherazade wasn't here, because we were able to find that talent is everywhere else as well, and you just have to try it. I mean, the prompt. So you guys know what the prompt was. It was build an anime character in under 5 hours. That was the prompt. So if you go there, all of those were created in under 5 hours. They're all between about 7 and 15%.
Don't remove
capacity.
Do not remove, y'all. Do not remove. I don't know why y'all are doing that. No, we don't do removes here, so don't remove. I'm a grown up. I can remove them from my world. Moving on. Back to you.
So yeah. Anyway, it was really good. And it really helped. I mean, we secured another contract because of that world, and we look forward to bringing in a couple of those artists. So when the client's asking for those characters to be designed, we're going to show them the presentation so they can see that there are these artists to choose from. They'll choose who they like, and then we'll hire them to come and build that production. And so that's one exhibit. We'll probably build more of those in the future. And for those asking, yes, we paid each of the artists for their 5 hours a time. So that was an investment we had to make. We didn't know if it would work out, but it did for us. So that's good. And I'd love to see more and more of that. I'd love to invest more in art and the creator community here. And I mean, we are. So Oculus is leading into that, I think. Keep going, Oculus. I'll let you go.
Are you trying to hold coffee?
So
What's wrong with your hand?
okay, so there's this awkward like I grabbed this cup and my hand stuck, so I can't.
Maybe put it back in there. Nope, didn't work. Nope.
Just go
This
ahead and-
entire
All right.
this entire
All right,
show
so someone's
is
just gonna stand
completely
here
jacked.
the whole time. All right, go ahead.
I didn't hire you to be the co-host to hold my coffee. That sounds super terrible. So please
That
ask
is
Alex a
terrible.
question. Ask Lake's. Wait.
Yeah,
I got my hand.
actually have a question.
Go for it.
So, I never knew that you had a claw machine. Oh,
Oh yeah.
me too. Oh, didn't do it as far as you. But that claw machine, what's in it? Like, is it just anime
Ooh.
characters? Is it like, what is it?
That's a really good
Like
question.
iPods,
So,
or...
it's not iPods. Oh my goodness. So, worst investment ever. By the way, it's fun. Don't get me wrong, it's fun. Let me tell you a little.
Time out.
Wait,
Before
wait.
you, worst investment. So, did you expect to like solicit your friends to put money into your claw machine? Like, what did you think that investment was actually going to get?
Oh, wait! You guys didn't think I was going to try to make money off the claw machine?
So, if you buy a claw machine and you put it in your living room, it is not a good ROI. So, take that.
Like shaking and then it lets go on purpose, and that is why claw machines are rigged. So if you're wondering why you suck at claw machines, it's probably not you. But what that does end up meaning is that if you have a claw machine and you pick up over and over and over again, eventually you will win. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was expecting you to have like pillows of your face in it or something. You know? Just something.
No,
that
not
would've
that
sold,
weird.
Like, banana. If
Yeah, I
that
would've-
would've
I
sold
would've
like
been on
bananas.
the-
blown
Damn it! I
to the
want a
west
pillow
side
with a
just to do
face
that.
on it.
That's so funny.
face
That is so funny.
FAC.
So actually, Up Too
FAEC.
Late got the only merch we ever had. Up Too Late is the one who has it. So if you want to go rob her, and she put a mustache on the merch, which is hysterical, and it was my avatar, the OG Laex05 before the new avatar
Oh my
update
God.
a year ago, and it's so funny. Anyway, so that was. She's got a poster of me somewhere in her house, which may or may not be creepy. I don't know. Yeah. So Anyway, yeah, the claw machine ended up not working out. Kevin, you're welcome to come up and ask a question. I think that's totally okay. Just queue up if you guys have questions.
Yeah, this whole show's off the rails. So if you do have questions, please line up at the mic. We appreciate you. You have to kind of walk
You want
around.
to go
I know
around,
I put the
Kevin?
instructions at the ring, but yeah, there you go. You got it.
Well, this is really funny for you all. A friend named George Corpse Grinder, and he's in this death metal band called Cannibal Corpse, and he loves everything claw machines. Like he will
Ooh.
go to any
Oh snap!
place to play a claw machine or go into a Target store.
Yup.
He's a very cool
I know
guy, but he
someone like
loves
that.
claw machines.
Mm-hmm. So
He
here's
he
the trick.
really loves it, and
Here's the trick to claw machine. So I read the manual, by the way. There is a manual, and I read it from front to back. Okay. You don't just buy a claw machine and it works. Okay. It's like there's a manual, there's a bunch of dials. And so when they set up the claw machine, they have to set up the weight that it can carry. And so this is what makes it look more realistic. So there's a carry weight and there's a release weight. And so when it releases, it still pinches together because there's this amount that's still being held. And so what you might find if you go to like my claw machine, for instance, if you pick up one of the lightest characters in there and you actually pick it up, it will keep holding because the weight of that character is still low enough that it's not letting go. And so the trick to claw machines is if it has a variety of types in there, go for the lightest and you'll probably get it no matter what.
and there's something else funny that I've seen. There's a video of Kane from WWE, and like he was in his costume at the time. Some kid was playing a claw machine in some kind of a casino or something, and so like Kane went up to the little kid, and he punched out the window, and he took out all the toys out of the window.
Oh, jeez. Well, don't do that to my claw machine, please. I can't afford to replace it.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good
Another
idea.
$3,000.
I'll take a pass on that. I'm just gonna keep the plastic and call it a day. Okay. I'm eating a piece of watermelon right now. It's the worst piece of watermelon I've
Okay.
ever had.
So we're going to survey the
feel free to
audience
ask your next
based on
question.
that. So, how many
Okay,
people
thank you.
have? Thank you, Kevin, for your question and your statement about Kane. Appreciate that. How many people out in the audience have ever eaten watermelon and thought to yourself, "This is so dry, I need water"? And this is actually a real story. Please. Okay, we got one person.
Thank you.
We
I
actually
appreciate you.
We have one person. So you've eaten watermelon and just been like, "Oh, I need water. It's so dry." How is
Okay,
that
so
possible?
y'all might not know
Because
this.
somehow Laex was eating watermelon. And he's like, excuse me, I gotta go get some water. My throat's really dry. I just ate watermelon. And I'm like, it's in the
Was it
name.
sitting in the
It's
sun?
literally half of the fruit is in the name. But he's
Okay,
so please.
First of all,
share
you need to
this.
know that Oculus and I work together a lot. Like we're constantly working together, and it's a lot of work. So I was eating some watermelon because it's healthy, it's refreshing, it's full of sugar. Wait, that's not healthy.
But super
But
dry.
anyway, I was eating it, and I have this allergy. I think I don't know what it is, but when I eat sugar, it coats my throat in mucus, and I can barely breathe. And so I just ate a piece of watermelon. I can feel it already. Then I drink water afterwards to try and make it better.
Yeah. So Lakes is a professional guest, and so he decides if he's going to be talking for a while publicly, he's going to eat fruit that's going to close his throat. So really appreciate the prep work going into this interview. Let's just keep it rolling. Thiessen, go ahead and unmute, and then please God save the show.
All right. So, I know this is horribly off topic, but I don't remember whether or not you did say it, but I still haven't gotten the startup Horizon whatever personal space update, and
Oh.
I remember you saying couple weeks ago that Tanzer will personally give you a box. Is that true or not true?
So Tanzer is, I think, still giving away boxes in his homeless hub. So what you should definitely do is take a picture in the homeless hub and post it to the world page, and just let him know that you're still homeless. And I guarantee you, he'll hook you up. If that guarantee doesn't actually hold up, because my guarantees are kind of based on guessing, I will give up my box for you. So let me know if he doesn't have a box for you, and I'll give up my box so you can have one in the Horizon Homeless Hub.
Okay, thanks. Also, I wanted to ask one more thing.
Sure.
Lakes.
Where are you going?
So
He's going right up to him. It's only,
Okay.
So
proper.
creepy.
You gotta
So
talk
creepy.
face to face.
your coffee's upside down, I believe. Oh wait, no.
No,
that's-
no,
Oh.
it just has a hole in the bottom. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Go, 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 go,
We
go.
reserve shapes around here. No bottom.
Okay. So is KO Chan's username based off that one claw machine?
No. KO was called Crazy Mother KO when we were in college. And then she became Crazy KO. Oh, because she was like crazy, like motherly crazy. So now she's Crazy Mother KO again because she just had another, or her first kid, our first kid. It's weird. Still getting used to saying these things. Okay, it's relatively new, 2 weeks. KO, I don't know where it came from, but that's her nickname. And Chan is the thing from Japan where they say Chan, and like I'd call you Thiessen Chan. Maybe, if we're on close enough terms, I think. I might be butchering that, so don't quote me. And I think that's the end of that. And number 2, because somebody already had it. Yeah, so there you go. I think he's frozen. We lost Thiessen.
I think he's
So,
just
let's
really
throw some
blown away
coffee
by
at
that
him.
answer. No, don't throw
Didn't work.
coffee at him. Sheesh.
We don't throw coffee
Instantly
in the
bully
audience.
the frozen person. What is it with that? Do y'all bully people when they freeze? I think I do too, so I'll admit it. You put hats on people, high fives until they disappear.
Boxes.
I
We
don't
take
know if that's
selfies.
appropriate.
Yeah.
We should probably stop doing that. So
We
this'll
should,
be,
but we're not going
my last
to.
selfie with the frozen
My
person.
last selfie
Do
with
not
the
do
frozen
this.
Yeah, for
Don't do
sure,
this
Oculus.
ever.
Whatever you say.
All
Whatever
right.
you say, bud.
So
Wait, so back on
I'm
topic
really-
here. Claw machines.
What was the
I'm
topic?
just kidding.
Oh,
I'm just
claw
kidding.
machine.
I'm just kidding.
Topic. I actually do know one Japanese word. You want to know what it is?
Yes, please.
Please, God, get it right, because this stream can't take any more madness.
It's okasen. Did I say it right? Do you know what that means?
Oh, we don't know.
I think you said it right, but I don't remember what it means.
It means your mother.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
That's the only Japanese word I know, and a Japanese person has told me.
Okay, can we please get this back on the rails? I am seriously get out of my
sorry.
chair. I am so sorry to everyone who showed up tonight expecting an amazing show.
Wait.
because
Oh, I remember what I was
Do you
going to
think
say.
it's
Wait.
Can you throw some
remember what I was gonna
confetti
say.
if you're actually having a good time? Like, please just show support. I should have put a
I remember what I
Venmo
was
at the
gonna say.
front of the
Oculus.
stage. People would have been like,
Oculus.
I'm donating. These, like,
Oculus.
I can't call on you.
Oculus.
I can't call on
Hey,
you.
he has
I
a
can't.
question.
So,
Look right here.
Oculus.
oh my God, please.
Oh,
just
Mad
go.
Rabbits called on me.
Yeah.
I
Just
wanted
go.
to say we have a surprise announcement coming up later in the show tonight. So stay tuned for that.
We sure
when we're
do.
on track.
We sure do. And I am not ready to tell you guys yet. Holy crap. All right. Everybody say goodbye to Laex05. Thanks for your time tonight. Really appreciate you. So I'm starting to regret changing this script from the kick script, putting you in the timeout box, to bringing you on stage. And this is the first time I'm regretting it, so I appreciate it. So can we talk about something interesting, like how did you get started in teaching? Because you started these tutorials because you were like, I can't find anything.
I was at the
just from
dentist
people creating
office, you see.
tutorials.
I
Um, Just
See, I was brushing my teeth before the dentist, and I went to the dentist. They were cleaning my teeth, and you know how the dentists are. They're like, "Oh, so what's new with you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, well, I'm like starting teaching. Today's gonna be my first class, and wish me luck." And they did, and now I'm a teacher.
they wished you luck, and now you're a teacher. Why are you doing this? Are you doing this on
But
purpose?
that's true. I'm not even kidding though. That was literally how I did my first Horizon lesson. It was that day. I taught to a class of 3 students. It was Berserka, my mother, Eggroll Creative, Keo-chan too. And I think there might have been one other person in there that I've forgotten. But yeah, it was a class of 3, and I taught my first class, and it was great. And now we got tutorials and stuff. That's not how it went,
Yeah.
but you guys heard,
Everyone here was like, Laex is on stage. I got my pen, I got my paper. I'm going to learn so much tonight. And everyone here has a blank piece of paper right now because so
I'm
far
laughing.
you have not
It's so good.
you haven't shared one thing they can use. Can you please
Okay,
teach
I
them
will share something
like,
useful. Okay, I'll teach you something.
Jeez.
So
Like, even Fried
the one-
Death is hiding in a chair right now because he's so scared of what you're gonna
He
say.
got closer.
There he goes.
Da, da,
He's
da,
fixed.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to teach you today. Thought number 1, and this is probably the most important thing you'll ever hear. Oh, right, to the audience, and to you, 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 and to you. I mean, this literally changed my life. And let's see, how do I put this? Set your mind
Any
to
way
a goal.
you possibly can.
Set your mind to a goal. Put like a little timeline on it, and you'll be surprised by what you can pull off. So I don't think there's anything wrong with, going out pursuing some financial success. And so when we started the YouTube channel, we knew the math behind it. I mean, people on YouTube make millions. It's ridiculous. And we were like, this is early days. There's not a single Horizon channel out there. No one's making content. And there's an absolute need for tutorials. So we set out to make a YouTube channel, and we wanted to make a million. We wanted 1 million subscribers. We're not even close to that, but that was goal number 1. Is we wanted 1 million subscribers. We wanted to get 1 million views on videos. Congratulations, MadRabbits! Seriously jealous of you. That's like amazing. And we also wanted to make $1 million, and we wanted to do all that by 2023. And we've had that goal as a mantra and like kind of like a vision of where we were heading. And then we had Meta hire us to do some tutorials, which was great. And this is probably an overshare here, but I don't mind
Nope, don't do
oversharing
it.
because I really want to help
Don't do it.
everybody else succeed. I do. Oculus is going to kick me off stage. He's like, don't do this. But I think it's important. And by setting that goal and having a vision of reaching by 2023, I think next year we will for sure hit it. This year we haven't, but I think next year we will. And I
That's
think we're going to
good.
see that because the world's opening more and more. I think we're going to see that because we are refactoring our way we're doing things. I think the new tutorials on our YouTube channel on Sundays are way more valuable. I think this talk show has some potential here. We're investing heavily into this community. On YouTube videos alone, we have spent over $32,000 on video editing, creators doing tutorials, and we've only made $2,000 on YouTube. So like, we're not making enough money to recoup that. But I suspect very thoroughly by 2023, we're going to be making that into a profitable business. And so basically, by setting that goal, you will see things happen and your brain starts to reorient towards that. And if you'd like to learn more about this, there's a really good book, and it doesn't necessarily have to be financially relevant, but the book I've been reading, and I'm only halfway through because I read and do at the same time. I'm not a very good reader, but I'm a good doer. It's called Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. It's a relatively older book, but it's got a lot of great advice in it. And I got it from another YouTuber who recommended it. And it is completely changed the way I look and do things. And like the way I approach contracts is differently because I'm like, one good example of this is if you really want something and you really want to work with somebody, then invest everything, show them how much you want it. So you'll put in, countless hours to prove like that point where we went and invested in the community, hiring anime creators to create anime before even getting the contract to show them examples of what's possible in Horizon. I think that's a good example of like we really want to go above and beyond, and it does pay back. So anyway, that's some real advice there. I hope that helps. And yeah.
So, speaking of which, make sure that you subscribe to Vidyuu Nights, subscribe to Vidyuu Tutorials, subscribe to Tutoriales en Español, and subscribe to pretty much everything that Vidyuu's doing. Like and share it because we need to pay the bills. All right, back up on stage.
Oculus is over here like, I need job security, guys. We win the hole.
So funny. Our show's been canceled, guys. Funny. We're not. I'm not going to explain why, but I think you know now.
What?
No. Our farewell show. This would be a good one to go
can I
out
talk
on,
about something controversial? I know this isn't what's Ask Your Question, Speak Your Truth. Shout out to that show. It's amazing. I had a great time on there.
Dropping.
What was the name of that show? It was a really good show.
Yeah.
Anyway,
go ahead.
I can't remember his name, but he's a really great creator.
Burden of Proof.
Anyway,
Burden of Proof is amazing.
Burden of Proof. Thank you. And so, you know what happened last week that kind of was a little irking, and I think a lot of us saw that, or maybe some of us did, on the non-official group. So I only found out because of Oculus, because I am not in the Checkmark group. Checkmark group, I wouldn't recommend being in it. If you're a fan of being in the Checkmark group, go for it. My problem with the Checkmark group is they don't allow you to like help people. They don't really care if your like goal is to help somebody. They don't care. They're just going to follow their rules to a T. And that just drove me nuts. I was like, here's links to people who can help you. And they were like deleting my comments because I was like, I'm literally just trying to help people. And they're like, well, you're breaking our rules. And I was like, but like, it's the question. It's the answer to the question. Anyway, besides Checkmark group being something I don't want to be a part of, Oculus sent me this message, and this guy was on there complaining that we have a project estimator. And this is like where I say I want to help everybody, and we want to make sure you all know our prices. Our prices are literally publicly posted at vidyuu.com/estimator. I mean, you can go find out what we're charging. It's all right there. And basically, before I book a project, I'm using that to figure out, is this going to work? How many hours are we estimating it's going to be? And it really helps for that. So, the guy went to there and he just slid it to the max. Like, I've never slid this thing to the max. And he's like, oh my gosh, how dare people charge $200,000 for a world? And I was like, dude, did he just slide that to the max and say we're charging that? And I was like, are you kidding me? And like, he's just raging about it. And thank God for all of you guys. And you were in the comments like, how dare you? Vidyuu's giving away everything for free. They've taught like so much and blah, blah, blah. Y'all like really, really hit my heart there. So I really appreciate you guys like commenting on there. And like really support was really great. But I want to tell you guys, so I told a guy who messaged me after that, and he was like, man, I can't believe that guy did that. And I was like, I know, I can't believe that either. Because here's the reality. The reality is we are booking contracts between about $35,000 and $55,000. That's the real numbers. And that's for 1 to 5 worlds. I mean, that's not for like a simple like thing. That's like hardcore work. We've got a designer, we've got somebody who's doing scripting, we've got somebody who's thinking about optimization, we've got like all these things, and that's multiple months of building. And I think our prices are super fair. Oculus is telling me we're not charging enough compared to some other people that I'm not allowed to know about. He's like, dude, shut up. I know, I'm really bad at that. But you know, so I'm trying to like settle because these prices are ridiculous in my head. I'm like, holy shit, this is so huge. And but it's because like when you're managing a project that has so many people and so many hours across months, it's just mind-blowing. Like the biggest project I ever managed in video production was a 1-week live stream with 10 simultaneous live streams. The client paid $300,000 for it. I had 40 people working for me, but I wasn't the guy who booked it. It was like my boss booked it, and then I helped manage it with my co-manager, and then we worked on that for 2 months straight, and we had over, I think it was like 2,000 or was it 10,000? It was somewhere between 2,000 and 10,000 videos that we had to produce for that. It was ridiculous. And we were using, like automated tools to make that even possible. It was crazy amounts of work. But, so like this is still kind of small potatoes in comparison to that. But in terms of what like I'm used to, it's huge. But yeah, I think if you guys know what we're charging, you can kind of start to gauge yourself too. Because if you're only charging a couple $100, that's probably way too low, especially if you're building more than just a little asset. And the other thing you got to think about is like, how much time do you spend on the emails, on the planning, potential revisions? And Oculus is like, bruh,
I'm just waiting for you to put a comma on there. Not even a period, just a comma, like a.
Here's a comma.
And then I can jump.
Go.
All right. For context, there was a post in the checkmark group that said, "This is ridiculous, charging $205,000 for a world in Horizon. I'm here to basically undercut you so that way I push you out of the market. I'll build you a world for $20,000." The hilarious part is, how much do you charge for a world starting price?
Like literally what he's charged. Oh, it's 10,000 as the starting price.
$10,000.
Yeah.
He was actually underbidding for a world that was overcharging what Vidyuu publicly put out there on the thing. And so it was more of, because no one wanted to read, no one wanted to click on the picture and read anything there. The controversy was, over here at Vidyuu, they're charging $200,000 for one world. And it was only after I went on there and I was like, you should read what you posted, and posted a screenshot of the calculator, and that it's 10 worlds with 10 unique experiences in each one, with using Vidyuu assets as well. And it was like, maxing out this calculator that nobody goes in and says, all right, what's the most they'll do? And I just want to find out how much I can spend. They're honestly using this to kind of fine tune what it is they want to buy, and then discussing what goes into that so that way they know what they're buying. And the one point that I want to make about your worth, and Women in Horizon has had two of these. What is it called? The Know Your Worth
Know your
sessions.
worth. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Know Your Worth sessions are about empowering creators to really start to wonder and figure out, how much should I actually charge? What should I be charging for my time? And the reality is, if you want to do this full time, if this is the dream, you want to be in VR creating worlds, it doesn't have to be for the biggest businesses on the planet. It doesn't have to be for your friend that you met in VR that's looking for a world, but somewhere in between where you're actually getting commissioned work to build, to script, whatever it is, to create. And so people are really starting to realize that when they charged for $500 for a world, they were thinking that that was bananas money, 500 real dollars for this world that now is in a VR space. But then you're hearing about all of these brands coming in, and you're like, well, maybe they're definitely not charging $500 for a world. Maybe they're charging more than that. And so Vidyuu was the first one to just put it out there. Michael Gregory, I think, is in the room. He upped his prices immediately after being in the Ask Your Q, Speak Your Truth, because of the fact that people just weren't having these conversations. And so when I saw Michael originally posting about all of these ways you can make money in the metaverse, just giving away the information, the next step after he gave all that information away was give away his pricing to let you know that you are what you're worth based on the amount of time you have in a day and the amount of projects on your plate. And if that balance isn't happening, you're either charging too little, or you're taking on way too much work for too little, or you just got to find out where that balance is, to where you are making enough money to still be able to survive, pay your bills, or whatever it is that you're doing, supplementing your income, and then not having to stress that you've got these deadlines that you're just not going to meet. So, Michael Gregory, shout out to you for being one of the first to just literally post it online and say, I'm worth this money. I'm willing to negotiate if you take on more hours, if it's a big build, and here's my prices. Feel free to reach out. And
Nice.
directly after your conversation about, look, I want to start charging this much. It's out there on my website. So there's people out there that are looking for quality worlds. And believe me, when you have a big business coming in and you tell them it's only $1,000 to build their world, the first question they're thinking is, I don't know what I'm getting for that $1,000. I don't think I want to go with them. And it's the same thing if you're a service provider out in the real world. Because if you're offering $20, $50 and a plate of food to DJ a backyard birthday, that's great. But if you're doing a formal wedding, or if you've got this amazing like corporate event going on, and you tell them just get me a plate and $50, they're gonna be like, no, thank you. No, we're gonna go ahead and pass. We need to find somebody who's charging $2, $3, $5,000, because I know I'm gonna get quality, and they won't bother you. They won't chase after you. They won't ask you questions. They're just gonna sign that contract, send that check, and expect you to do your job. So you really have to realize there's an entire spectrum of clients out there. And I think Super is going to jump on this conversation a little bit. But there's just a whole lot of work out there for y'all. And all you got to do is just go look for it. But you really need to know your worth. And don't be scared to ask for it. Super, welcome to the stage. Superbot seems to be hanging in there. DJ Carlos a little bit. Maybe we can get the stream staying on for the whole night.
So
Out of
I have a
pressure.
few things. I have a comment and a statement from chat. So this first one right here is going to be from Oculus, your chat room from Vidyuu
Oh, don't ask that one.
Nights. Don't ask that one. Okay.
Is it about Vidyuu
Okay.
verification?
Yes.
That's later. We're not talking about that yet.
Oh, gotcha.
We're not talking
Okay,
about that
okay,
yet.
okay.
Saving that one.
So Mad Rabbit. So this is from our favorite artist in our group chat, Polite Psycho. He says, what is that? I already lost track of it. Oh, she said, give Rabbit her cookies. Tell her it's from Psycho.
Psycho sends
Pretend this is a
cookies.
cookie.
There
Pretend
you
this
go.
is a cookie.
Oh, you dropped one.
That's okay.
That's
You
on
only
the
need one
floor.
You gotta
copy.
dip it in
Comes
the
back.
coffee. You gotta dip it in the coffee.
Dip the cookie in the
And then
So-
There
also
it is.
to touch base, Oculus, on what you said about understanding your value. So coming from someone that's done photography and videography, when I give them my rate, a lot of people don't really understand and realize how much work it takes to edit a video or
Oh, yeah.
edit a photo.
Yeah.
Shooting the video and shooting the photo is the easy part. It's the editing process at the end that takes the longest. So like one simple transition can take up to like 2 hours to do. And if you have like 20 transitions within that video, that could take up hours of your work. So that's why you see at weddings when you have videographers and photographers charging $10,000, $15,000.
Mhm.
When you really understand how much work that goes into it, or any production team, it makes sense why the price is that high, especially when they have to hire a team, so on. So I'll get the camera equipment, all that. So just to touch base on what you guys were saying, that's all I have.
Yeah, appreciate that additional feedback as a fellow photographer and videographer. So, what are you doing?
Whoop, whoop. I was
Why
gonna
are
take
you
over
like
before you
this?
started talking over me. He likes to talk over me. You hear this? Like, what's up with this guy? So I wanted to say something too because I like this. Like, let me take your coffee
Hold on,
from you.
Before we continue, let me go ahead and whoops. Wait, no, what?
What?
Go ahead, continue.
All right. So what I wanted to say here was, first of all, we really want to help y'all get hired. And we've been working really hard on Vidyuu verification. I know you guys have heard about it. We're going to talk more about it in just a moment. But I feel like this is going to be a great way to help businesses find you. I've already had people asking me, hey, where can I hire you? And I'm like, well, my base price is 10,000, so it's really more for corporate. But like, if you're looking for just individual creators, check out vidyuu.com/VV. I've already been doing that. And I was like, in the next 2 weeks, we're probably going to see a lot more. We've seen dozens of your guys' forms. Raise your hand if you've submitted a badge request already. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice. Great to see you guys. And I've been getting the emails every day. I get like a dozen of them. And so it's awesome. But what I wanted to talk about before we get into that was like, in terms of pricing, and I don't know what you're charging, but I'll tell you what we're charging because I don't mind sharing. In fact, at some point I'd like to make an entire series on how we price our business once we have some more data on it, and so that we can get that out to you guys. But like, the first thing that you should know is we like to look at things like, okay, first of all, $10,000 is the minimum. Why is that the minimum? It's because it takes so much work to take somebody off of a project or find somebody or send emails, and there's just so much prep work that goes into just getting a contract started. I mean, we've spent 2 months on some of these projects. It's just insane just to get them signed and going. And so you can only imagine the amount of time. So we have to set this kind of like minimum price there. And then we try to think about everything in like, how many hours does it take? And, so an interactive experience, it might take 20 hours to build an interactive experience. And so we take 20, multiply that by $250 an hour, which is our billing rate, which I'll break down for you in a second. And now that comes out at $5,000. And so that's the price per interactive experience you want to add. If you want to add a mini game to a world that's a really light mini game, it's $5,000. And we estimate it'll take us about 20 hours. Now, the way we take that then is we have a split of 50%, which goes into a long-term savings. And so you take $125, and that 20, I can't do the math because 62.5 goes to the government in taxes. And then another 62.5 is going to a savings account, which is so that if for some reason something happens and we don't get the next contract, I can still pay Oculus to do live streams here on the Vidyuu Nights channel or my streams over on the Vidyuu Tutorials channel. And so my baby doesn't starve, my wife gets fed, we're all happy, right? So like there's a business
Exactly.
continuity part of this, right? So you got to be thinking about what happens when you get to a drought or there's like a few months without contracts. That's really important to think about. In the video business, Super can probably relate to this. There's usually like 3 months, depending on where you're located, where you're not getting as many contracts and you're usually kind of like taking it easy, but then you go hardcore for 9 months. And so it's important to think about the future and how you're kind of like stabilizing your income. Then that remaining 125 we look at as our payroll. So that goes all into a payroll account, and we pay people at three rates currently. We have $25 an hour if you have 0 Vidyuu verifications, $50 an hour if you've got 1 badge, and $75 an hour if you have both badges, building and scripting, which is why Oculus worked so hard to get both badges. And I am so proud of him. He really deserved it. He pushed himself for a week straight to get that badge, and he really is a scripter now. It's really quite impressive. And I think anybody can do it. If you want to, you can totally do it. We've got all the educational materials out there.
That.
We're curating it. We've literally curated it as a knowledge check. And then when you complete the knowledge check, there is a list of videos along with
Before you get there, though, because we're not there yet.
But wait. So I'm not done. So then you're like, wait, what about that extra $50? Well, that's where you have all that time spending with the planning and contracts. You have all the time that's not a billable hour. And so that's where that remainder goes. So when you're really thinking about your price, it isn't that amount you're getting paid per hour. It really is a lot of other things. You have to think about the taxes, your future. You have to think about what are you doing beforehand? How many hours are you putting in emails? I put 12 hours of emails in one day last week. It was just insane. And so, yeah, you got to think about that stuff. And that's how we break it down. So hopefully that helps you guys when you're thinking about your rates. And back to Oculus.
Yeah, so I really want to just kind of bookend everything that you just said into some very, very key points there. Number one, if you're going to make a legitimate business out of building worlds, this isn't, I'm going to avoid taxes and I'm going to pay Venmo and Cash App for worlds and assets. This is a legitimate business. If you are not thinking about legitimate business, doesn't apply to you. It's okay if you still want to make money and do it under the table, but just be warned that there's no sustainability in that. That is basically side hustling. So I want you to really see the difference, because when it gets into a point where you want it to be a legitimate business, you have to think about the fact that you're going to be paying taxes differently than if you're a regular person. You've got expenses that you want to start tracking to be able to, I wish Melissa Knox was here tonight because she could really just drive this home. But when you're thinking about legitimate business, you really immediately have to think about what that tax bill is going to be at the end of the year. So that's the first thing that he was talking about, is putting that money aside for the taxes. You don't pay your taxes, your business is already in trouble. The second part being that rainy day fund. You might not think it's a good idea because you want to be fair, you want to be, kind of splitting the good fortune between your friends or your collaborators. But again, if you're thinking about your business and you've got this really strong start and then you get like this drought, you're not going to be able to pay the people to keep the business going. You're not going to be able to pay yourself to be able to keep your business going. So there's two parts to just, even before you consider the work and the people that are helping you, that you really need to be conscious of when you're starting a business. So that's why every business owner tells you, make sure that you're putting money aside to reinvest in your business. And here, maybe your Oculus breaks and you got to spend another $500. That's really the only reinvestment when it comes to the hardware. But everything else that you have to do, whether it's you're printing out proposals, or if you're online all day, or you need to sustain a website, there's so many more expenses that you need to start thinking about if you really want to take this to the next level. So what Vidyuu's doing is already planning all this based on an existing business and just now applying it into the metaverse and tweaking it to where keep the business going, keep the incoming contracts, keep the people paid, keep the people happy, and then you still got to figure there's got to be some in there to where wiggle room to where if something goes downhill or if something's going really well, you got to be able to just keep a steady stream of what you're doing, because it's easy to feel good about making a ton of money and then go spending it because, hey, we had a great month or a great quarter. And then when it falls off, you're trying to figure out, where did that money go or where do I put it? So I want to really, really drive home the fact that if this is side hustle money, it's different from a business. So don't confuse the two. That's why the wages and the amount spent per hour really starts to add up when you think about all the meetings, all the emails, all of the planning, all of the prep, all of the proposals, all the contracts, all the time spent, and you haven't put one shape into a world. You haven't even started a world yet. So please think about this before you start a real legitimate business. And there's nothing wrong with side hustling until you get to that point. But I promise you, when it's time for business, you're going to want to put all of that back out of the back of your mind and pull it out and start asking questions like hopefully MF Sun's about to. If not, if y'all have questions, please do ask. So MF Sun, with that, welcome to the stage. Question.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
Quick question for you. So, I started a business here in the metaverse with doing temp work. How
hey,
can
congrats.
my business uh, partner with your company?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I just freaked out. Melissa Knox, thank you so much for coming. Come on and have a seat. I literally just dropped your name. We were talking about starting a
Hey,
business and
Melissa.
paying the tax man, and oh my God, I got chills. All right, Mark Zuckerberg. Nope, I tried. So your question was about starting a legitimate business. So, and also partnering. You said something about that. So please go
Correct.
ahead and.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, tell
Oh,
us
I thought
more.
I asked
Tell
the
us
question.
more. Yeah.
Oh, so basically, what my company is, it's called JTB, Just the Best Temp, and with all the businesses that are
Great
coming
name.
into the metaverse, I see that what better employee than the people that are already here. So receptionists, security,
Mm,
hosts,
we totally
all
agree.
those different type
Hmm.
of workers that I feel that just kind of makes sense. Um, how can I partner, or do you suggest just doing it as I've been doing it, word of mouth, website and everything like that? Like, what's your suggestion? What do you think my next
Okay,
move
so
should be?
Oculus, don't cut me off, okay? I'm just teasing. I'm just
I'm
teasing,
gonna
boy.
cut him off.
So, we just launched a new web page that is really cool. It's called vidyuu.com/vv. And on this website, there is, he's like, no, I told you he'd get upset. That's so funny. But on
He's
this
gonna find a
website,
way to
we've
talk
got
about
this
it.
really cool directory that has people listed at what they're available to be hired for. And so we've put in there live DJ, live stream, all these
Same thing
skills
I'm
like
doing. Yep.
tester
Awesome.
and all of that. And so it took quite a bit of work to build this whole database that is now you can log into your profile, upload photos, update your information, add description. But now that it's been built, it is super powerful. We've now got a way for you to search through builders and scripters, and I think
Keywords.
this could. Yeah, he's like end in 3 words. I mean, it could be a good opportunity for you to take what you've been doing offline and put it into the cloud. So maybe there's an opportunity we can work there to build that into the directory. So I would encourage you to reach out to Oculus or myself so we can get that conversation started.
It's cool. Sounds good. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally was telling you don't forget keywords, but you took it as 3 words. So I love that you cut yourself short. So with that, bringing it back over here, Melissa Knox, I'm so grateful that you're here, and I hate to shout somebody out walking through the door. I know that's kind of like spotlighting you, but thank you so much for coming. We were just talking about starting a legitimate business because Lakes over here was talking about the price estimator, the project estimator on his website, and the reason that it's the starting price in order to begin a project is because of the people that are already working on projects, being able to pull them off of those projects, being able to do all the planning meetings, do all of the proposals and the contracts and the emails and the Zoom calls and all that time before you even pull that first shape out or even start that first world. And for people who are starting out and wondering what they should charge and feeling that these prices are outrageous, once they move up into that next bracket of clients where now you can't just say, hey, I'm going to build you a house and it's $500. Now you have to think about what is the story behind my world? How are you going to represent my brand? Tell me about what we're going to put in that world that's really going to speak to people to come and check out our website or buy our product. And so now you've spent all this time just telling these people, whether it's, like I said, in a Zoom call and an email, through all these meetings, and you could go a month, 2 months trying to get to that point where they feel comfortable trusting you, building their world for them for this price. And they could just say, no thanks. We've decided to go another direction. We've decided to hire somebody else. And you now, if you're actually doing work in a legitimate business and you have people that are helping you with this work, you've still got to pay those people. And if you're not paying these people, guess what? They're going to be thinking about should they still be helping you because you're not getting work and they spent all this time that now they're not getting paid for. So there's an entire dynamic that you need to start thinking about when you grow your business. You're no longer doing side hustle work, getting $500 bills, $50 assets. If you want to start growing it to a point where now you're wondering, oh, maybe there's a reason he's charging 10,000, because on top of the tax man coming for your check, you've also got to realize that there's this long stretch of work that might not be coming. So you better be able to sustain your business while you're waiting for that next project. And so, Melissa, I don't know if you could share some words of wisdom, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I love your advice for people who are trying to start a business and trying to figure out how much they need to start putting away for taxes and if they should start putting money away to reinvest in their business. Is there any advice that you could share with people here about that? Anything that you want to share, maybe from clients that are asking you these similar questions in the real world? And, if anybody in here is asking you.
Well, that is a loaded question.
Oh, I
Oculus,
know.
where should I start? Where should I start? Where should I start?
Don't be
Well, first
surprised if
and
Melissa Knox
foremost,
is on this stage as one of my surprise guests one day. Don't be surprised. I got you on the radar. But please share. I apologize. Go ahead.
well, first and foremost, anyone who has consistent cash flow, you should have a certified public accountant helping you plan your cash flow because you should be putting something away at least every quarter to pay your
Hmm.
taxes, which will be due. So we're in 2022. Next tax returns are pretty much due what next April 2023. So you should be putting something aside for taxes. You should be putting something aside for retirement, but that takes planning. That's just a broad picture. When I work with a client, I look at more than just their business tax. I look at their personal tax. I look at their personal goals. All of it is married together as one. So it really just depends on their cash flow. But you all should have someone looking at your financial situation at least twice a year. Mid year, right around this time, I'm looking at clients this time of year doing planning, and definitely immediately after October 15th. Um, what was your other question that you wanted me, or other item you wanted me to address, Oculus? Because there's
So
just so
more or
many
less
areas
about
in finance.
people who want to start a business in the metaverse are concerned about hearing worlds being built for 10,000, 20,000, upwards of $50,000, whether it's the amount of work going into this project, but it's the cash flow that they're upset about. But if you think about it, and you put in, let's say your day job is 50,000 a year after taxes, what are you bringing home, like 28, 30? I mean, is that about average for a person?
I'd say if you're grossing around 50, you're probably bringing
You.
maybe
No, I can't hear you.
75, 80% of that
I
home.
can't hear
It
you.
just depends on everyone's situation is different, right? Depends on your
Right.
expenses, whether you have a home, whether you're taking a standard
No, I
deduction. It
can't hear
just
you.
really all depends. Um,
Can
but I
you hear
can't
me?
stress enough, if you're getting large
I can't
sums of
hear you.
cash doing these builds,
Did
you
you take your
definitely
Oculus off?
you need a certified public accountant to help you do the planning. At least
Mm,
the first go
you
round.
might have
It's
to
worth every penny
reset,
to
like
get an
exit the app
understanding,
and
because the
come back
worst
in.
thing you want to do is wait until tax time, and then you have this big tax bill and you're like,
I
well,
can't hear
I
nothing
didn't
you're
know.
saying.
So for this tax
I see
season,
your lips
where I
moving
saw
though.
that a lot for this past
It's
tax
very
season
cute.
is in
Look
selling
at those lips.
the crypto. People made so much money
Hmm.
selling stock in 2020, 21. Um, when tax time came, they were just
Yep.
completely surprised. Selling the NFTs. And some of them, they didn't stock cash away, for tax time. Um, so that's what's crucial in terms of entity creation. I I think you guys sort of touched on some really great points. Um, I know I want to bring my clients into this space. This is a space I want to bring them to, but I want to introduce them to builders, scripters, designers who have entities themselves. My clients are not going to want to work with avatars. They want, it's okay to meet them here. but it's important to bring them into the real world to close the deal. I can't stress how crucial that is. Absolutely crucial. Is there anything else you want me to share? Because I can go on and on.
No, but
I
I
love
love
that.
that point that you were sharing because this was something that we were talking about up here during just one of our times just hanging out in this world.
We
So,
were.
so Alex, I want you to share your thoughts on this. She was talking about when you meet somebody in an avatar form, you're not paying them their avatar. You're not signing a contract in a Horizon world. You got to take this into the real world to close that deal, to complete that business, to talk scope of work and all of the things that go into an actual contract with a client. Talk about your experience. Have you closed a deal in Horizon Worlds with an avatar, or are we crazy?
Oh man, I wish that was the case. I really do. Oh my goodness. It's hard because I'm just not in Horizon nearly as much because I spend so much time closing deals in the real world. And
Yep.
here's a crazy fact: half of our clients can't get into Horizon because they're in countries that don't have Horizon. They have business in the United States, but they are based in countries not available to get here. And so they have no idea what Horizon is. We have to show them via virtual avatars, kind of like what we're doing with the live stream. And it's all in Zoom calls. It's kind of crazy. But I think what I wanted to really point to here is the importance of having a business entity, I think is a really, really good point. I mean, some of these clients that we have, they're like, please show us your business license. And, you need your business bank account for you to get paid. And so I think there's a lot of benefits to having a business. I understand if you're still in the early stages, I wouldn't recommend jumping in if it's not something you really want to. The other big thing here is starting a business, it turns into a business real quick. And suddenly you're like, I was
Yeah.
just having fun. This is lost a lot of the fun it was. And so that's something you got to think about too. So if you're just enjoying it, keep enjoying it. Keep your day job. But if you want to make a business in it, recognize first it's going to be work. Second, you might need to start thinking about making a business. And what I wanted to say real quick was the Vidyuu verification program. We are
Oh my
encouraging
god.
you, if you have a business, feel free to. He's like, stop talking about it. When are we going to get to this, Oculus?
I
But
promise you, we would
the
get there. I swear,
We'll
it's
get there, he
coming.
says.
So
We'll
close.
get there, he said.
So
But
close.
but you could definitely register your business or have a link to your business's website through your profile. So if you are, super, you might have a link to your business and so on and so forth. So definitely encourage that. I think it's great.
Okay, so Melissa, any last advice to people starting a business in 100 words or less, as far as paying their taxes and doing it the right way, as opposed to side hustling? The benefits.
Well, side hustling is great because that's where you start. But the reason the clients that I deal with, that they'll be leery in dealing with someone who doesn't have an entity is because of fraud. That is
Mm-hmm.
numero uno. They want to gain some level of trust as to who they're doing business with. Now, if you're a sole proprietor, that's fine. You don't necessarily have to have an entity, but at least have a contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have
Mm-hmm.
a website. At least draw the picture that you are professional, because it's just so much fraud out here, especially dealing with the internet. And now we're telling people about this metaverse, and they're like, what is this? You just want to project confidence that you can be trusted.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be an entity, but have your contracts. It'd be nice if you have a website. Meet with people in person. It's okay to meet with people in your avatar, but close that deal in person because they can't write a check to Laex05 or Oculus 410. They've got to meet the real person to gain the level of
Mm-hmm.
trust. So
Appreciate
that's
that.
what I
Thank
have
you
to
so
say.
much
Awesome.
for sharing that.
Sure.
Yes. Thank
and
you.
and I wanted you to
That's
share that
awesome.
with everybody because it's great to hear it. From me, I'm saying it because I'm sitting in this seat. It's great to hear it from Lakes because he's got contracts, he's making money, and he's putting his pricing out there. But putting somebody right front and center that deals with these businesses that trust her to handle their financial decision making and and their cash flow, and making sure that they're not going to owe a ridiculous amount at the end of the year, or processing it every quarter, because the businesses, you should be processing it, and I think there's a penalty if you wait till the end of the year to pay any taxes. So there's a lot that goes into it that you really need to speak to a professional. So you heard it here 3 different times from 3 different perspectives. So if you still feel you can charge a little bit of money to still side hustle, that's okay. That's where you start. That's where you start to figure out what you're doing, where you're growing. But when it gets time to cross into that, time to create an entity, time to create a business and start figuring out your taxes, your retirement, and turning this into a full-time job, or more than that, into a career, you're not going to be getting away with these $500 builds. You're not going to be getting away with these, small transactions in the metaverse, because it's never going to grow. It's not scalable, and we've seen it. So please take that advice. So before we get into Vidyuu verification,
Whoa,
there's just
whoa,
one
whoa.
more question.
What is
We're
that?
right there. We're on the cusps.
I was gonna say though,
All-star beef sandwich.
as just real good point to this, I spent literally a decade in video production, and I never made it to the point of being profitable. I started at 20 an hour, I went to 40, then I went to 60, then I went to 80, then I hit 100 an hour. I never went higher than 100 because I thought it was too much to charge, but because I was never charging more to set aside for the future, and because I was always putting in way more hours ahead of time, and I was only charging for the hours I was working, never made money, and it really, really sucked. Never being a profitable business, and I think finally we're going to make that. At the very least, we're paying our bills, but I'm pretty confident we're going to have some profit here to store for the long term, which is exciting. And we spend a lot of investment in this community too, whether that's Vidyuu verification itself or the YouTube channels. We know we're building the Spanish tutorial channel, Vidyuu Tutoriales en Español. So, we're really excited to keep investing in this community, and we really believe in Horizon Worlds and the people here. So, yeah. Oculus, what's your question?
It's because I was about to say, you were talking about your video production, you're talking about getting a business in the metaverse, and the money that you're making now. I imagine going from where you thought you were making, you thought you were charging too much, to now you're kind of setting the bar and saying, what do you think? Where should you be? Because this is what it takes for us to run our business. So that $100 an hour, you thought it was just obscene to charge people that amount, and you were putting in 60 hours a week, maybe
I was
more.
probably only making 25 an hour at the end of the day. Whoops.
Right. So looking back, would you go back and shake that fool that was charging $100 and say, you need to charge more money? Or do you think that it helped you grow into where you are now, and you really think you really do have to hustle and grind to get to that point where you start to appreciate the people that are working for you, and paying them, and really being
I think
able
this
to charge
goes back to what I
yourself
said at the beginning of our educational portion of this, where we weren't just joking around, which is that you set your mind to something and you can achieve it. So I back then I still have a hard time. I mean, $250 an hour is hard to believe. And my stepdad's like, dude, I was charging $250 an hour a decade ago in the business I was working in. And he's like, you need to up your prices. You're still not high enough. And Oculus is telling me that. And I'm still just kind of like, I haven't wrapped my head around it. Give me next year at least. Like, how do I wrap my head around potentially having a minimum project size of $50,000, which is something we're discussing internally. And the reality is we spend 2 months on some of these projects internally in our business Vidyuu. And, it's a real important discussion, because some of these $20,000 projects we'll spend 2 months working on, and then they just walk away, and it's dozens and dozens of hours. And are we really making that up if we only book 1 out of 10 of them? So, at some point we're going to figure that out. We're still working through that. I have a lot of personal growth still to make. But like I said, I think if you set the goal in your head, like when I started my video production company, I knew there were photographers and videographers charging 10 grand, and I didn't know how. I thought they were just so good. There was, they only did 10 of these a year, and that's how they did their business. And I couldn't understand it. I was literally doing, 5-10 times that. I was doing so many more, and I was doing other small jobs here and there, and I could never reach that. So, but what I really believe is that internally, if I'd gone back in time with my time machine, and I said to myself as I left college, I dropped out of college, by the way, to start my business. And I'd gone and said to myself, hey, dude, you're making the right decision, but here's what you need to know. first thing you need to know is you can charge $10,000 per wedding. It's not crazy. I never did that, by the way, but I could have told myself that. And I think if I had and I believed it, what I would have then done is I would have spent time educating myself so I felt more comfortable in my price. I would have spent more time reading books. And I did do a lot of education. Like I spent a lot of time learning my craft, but I don't think I spent enough that I felt like I was valued that much. And if I'd spent a little bit more, I probably would have internally felt that way. Probably didn't need to. I was already one of the best. I couldn't find anybody to hire that was at my level. Like it's really hard. But I think that's if you guys are feeling that, like where you're like, oh my gosh, my work is not good enough, that's probably a sign that it is good enough and you're just really hard on yourself and you're probably one of the best. So I think that's true of a lot of people, probably a lot of you guys out here. And it is hard because you're always like, oh my gosh, I could make this better, I could make that better. But the reality is that to everybody else, you're amazing, and you all
How
are
many people
amazing.
out there feel
So
that way? My work isn't good enough. How many people have said that building? My work's not good enough.
every day,
I'll never
I'm not
be
gonna
on
lie,
so and
every
so's
single
level.
day,
I mean,
it hurts me.
seriously, like it's the truth. Like when I build, I know that I could do so much better if I just put the time into it and I've tried to do the detail, but I get so frustrated because I lose motivation so quickly. And so for
Yeah.
me, I know that when I look at my work, I'm like, you know what, this coffee mug
Yeah,
sucks,
I would
but
never
you know what,
do.
it does what it's supposed to do, so I'm gonna move on.
Yeah.
And I could really go and spend some time and make that coffee cup amazing, but I probably won't because the
But you have
motivation
to
just
believe
isn't
it.
there to make a better coffee cup.
That's the
It's
truth,
Right.
though. Is you
beautiful.
have to believe you can do it, and once you believe it
Yep.
truly, through and through, you're gonna make it happen.
Yep.
So you tell yourself, if you right now tell yourself, I can charge 10 grand for a world or more, and you're gonna see that happen. Give yourself a time frame. Say by the end of this year or by the end of next year, and you can make it happen. Whatever you set as your goal, you can achieve it. You just have to truly believe it. Write it down on paper. Read it every morning, and you'll be surprised with what you can do. And I think
Oh,
I needed that advice a decade ago.
yeah. And keep in mind, you're your biggest critic. So
Mm-hmm.
just saying,
It's very
compared to
true.
everyone else,
And many
like yeah, you're like, oh, my stuff is horrible. But in reality, it's amazing. But you yourself, you see it, you see the little details you might have messed up on, and you're like, well, everyone's going to notice that. No one notices.
Mhm. Yeah, and I hear like these motivational speakers that make tons of money and they make all of these amazing financial decisions and they have businesses. And one of the things that I remember one of them said, if you're ever late, you don't say, I'm sorry I'm late. You say, thanks for waiting. Because when you approach with the negative energy that you're at fault and that there's some inconvenience that you gave
Mm.
them, now they believe it and they just think about how now you have helped made them wait. But when you say, thank you for waiting, let's get started, they immediately are like turned on, ready to listen, and they're engaged and they're actually like buying
Mm.
into what you're saying.
That's a really
So
good.
if you think this is trash, this is no good, I'm not good enough, then you're going to continue to believe that. But if you just start saying, this is actually pretty good, I'm probably going to make another one next time and it's going to be great. All right, I'm done with that, but now I'm going to make a coffee pot or I'm going to make a Keurig or, some kind of a next step. And so every time you think about putting yourself down or saying something's not good enough, think about that small win that you built something or you constructed it, and next time you're going to do something greater, and that's going to give you more motivation. So make sure that you're always walking into it with a little bit of positive energy and don't think about the negative, because remember when somebody says sorry I'm late as opposed to thanks for waiting, and there's a big contrast there that you're going to have a different opinion of them. So use that next time you're late somewhere. I see All Star Beef Sandwich has got the analog stick primed up, ready to teleport. Go ahead and do it. Flick
Come
it.
on over.
Do it. Yes.
Yeah. You're muted, by the
I knew
way.
you
Just
could
in
do
case.
Have you
What's
guys
up?
seen the HBO VR chat documentary?
Nope.
Mm.
Have
I
not.
haven't.
You
No.
should check that out.
Is
I've
it any
heard
good?
about it
It
though.
just yeah, it just got released today, I think. So give it
Do you
Mm,
happen to be in
nice.
it?
watch.
Is that why you're plugging it, or you were just okay? I just wanted to check.
No, it's just interesting because before this, that's all that there was really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think it was filmed during the pandemic. They have full body tracking, and It's a actual story of how people connected during the pandemic. So I did hear a lot of good things about it. So if you're just not a fan of VR chat, totally understandable. I immediately was like, not watching it. No way. I don't know why. But after actually hearing feedback from people that are in Horizon that said the story itself, it's actually worth watching. So I might check it out. But I just at least wanted to give that little bit of fairness to it. That just because it's not Horizon doesn't mean it's terrible. So if you want to check it out, as All Star Beef Sandwich said, go ahead and check it out. Probably a good story. Okay, so we are at right at the top of the hour, and I know you're
Ooh,
dying to just talk
I
about it,
am.
but I wanted to
I
jump
am.
right off of what you were
Oh.
saying, and then we're going to go right into Vidyuu verification.
Oh.
So, as far as not charging enough, I DJ, and that is legit a side business. I have multiple revenue streams that are businesses, and my DJ business. I actually my first wedding that I took, I didn't know what to charge because I was doing dive bars, and so they asked me, "What do you charge for a wedding?" And I said, and I'm thinking to myself, it's a 4 hour wedding, a 4 hour bar gig. It's usually 5 hours. It's like 125. I'm probably gonna have to do more than just sit behind my booth. I was like, 400, thinking I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna kill it. That's like 3 times as much, right? And I'm like, whatever. And they were like 400. Is that it? And I didn't know how to respond, so I was just like, yes, because it's more money. So my first wedding was $400, and at the end of that wedding, because I poured so much of myself into making sure that their event beforehand was perfect, making sure they knew where to stand, how to, they didn't have a rehearsal or anything. So I literally stood in as like a coordinator, and I was there to make sure that everything went well, and engaging the crowd, and then even afterwards, like saying thank you to everybody, and all the things that I did, they tipped me $200. And I'm like, what in the world? They just tipped me half of what I made for that entire wedding. And so I first thing I thought, because before I got into DJing, I said, let me go ahead and ask, other experienced DJs what I should be doing. And so when I shared that experience about getting a $200 tip on a $400 wedding, and they said, now you know what you need to charge for your next wedding. And I didn't understand. I said, what does that mean? And they said, if you charge $400 and they tipped you another 200, it's because they felt you were worth $600 for that day at a minimum, for everything that you did above and beyond showed your value, and they didn't get a chance to know it ahead of time, but you showed it, and they wanted to give you that money because they felt it was valuable. That's what you provided for them. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that doesn't make sense. I guess I'll just go ahead and do it. So my next wedding I charged 600, and they tipped me $100, and I'm like, okay, how far does this go? Like, how can I scale this? And it wasn't until I realized I wasn't thinking about the time I was spending doing these client meetings and having these phone calls and going through their timeline and realizing the setup that goes into their ceremony and making sure that everybody's lined up for their introductions and making sure we actually have a wedding party if we're going to do toasts and all of that coordination that goes in with it. And I talk to other DJs, and they're like, it's not my job. I'm there to play music. I'm there to engage the crowd. You're a DJ. Don't be a coordinator. Don't be a planner. Be a DJ. And I almost took that to heart. And when I decided I wasn't going to, and I was going to keep doing what I was doing, I realized that I was providing much more than just a DJ service, and all of my reviews were just reflecting all of this additional stuff that I was doing, and people were hiring me because of the testimonials of just how above and beyond I would go for people before, during, and even after. And so I have yet to market in 10 years my services anywhere because it's in consistent word of mouth because of just
Hmm.
really loving what I do. And so I don't know how in Horizon you could apply that information, but when it comes to world building, if you're going to stick to a price, make sure that that price is actually where you're valuing yourself, because you can tell yourself all day, I'm not going to charge that much because I don't think I'm worth that. But in the reality, you're going to start seeing these people coming in that want to get quality worlds with quality experiences, and it's going to take you more than just 10, 20 hours to build, and you're going to start thinking, I'm working minimum wage now. I can't actually have a career in the metaverse. I got to work my day job. I got to do this. I'm not getting any sleep. I'm not getting a work life balance. And you really have to consider all of those things when you start putting your time and effort into world building. And so, with that, I want to segue into Vidyuu verification. Explain first what Vidyuu verification is, and then once you explain it, talk about some of the benefits you see for people who are going to get verified. Those are your two topics. Go.
Did he ask me to do something? Let me follow wherever I was going.
All right, that's the end of our stream, y'all. Have a great night. Thanks for coming out.
I wanted to say, like what you were saying was so good, and I wanted to keep playing with it because I really, really think
Sure.
that, you're right. These businesses are going to start growing. Y'all are going to become amazing creators. We are at the very beginning, the precipice of what is to come. We are all very blessed to be here before the rest of the world has been opened up to. Be
So grateful.
glad you weren't born in the rest of Europe. Sorry, the rest of Europe. Just kidding. But like seriously though, I mean, I cannot wait for the rest of the world to get in here. I really can't. And if you're watching and you're in the rest of the world, let us know where you're at. We want to know who's interested in Horizon Worlds, so we can pass that feedback along. But the thing that I wanted to say is, right now, the question you should be asking is, how do I get to the point where I feel comfortable charging these things? How do I know that I am worth whatever you have in your mind to charge? And we've kind of come up with the way to do this. It was like we asked this question to ourselves over and over again for many months, and the question was, how do we help the community level up? The community is doing great. They're building awesome worlds, but they just aren't understanding the full picture of building. They're not understanding the full picture of scripting. How do we get that information to them in a way that makes sense? We were posting all the tutorials. We have 800 tutorials out there right now. If you want to go watch them all, I don't think I've even watched them all. I've tried. I'm pretty close to all of them, probably 99.5%, but there's definitely some out there I've missed. And it's insane the amount of educational content we've put out on Horizon Worlds. And so the answer is not to go watch all 800. That's first and foremost. We're going to keep putting out amazing content more and more and more. We're going to answer your questions. But what we did discover is there are some key topics that we think everybody needs to know to make professional builds. And that's kind of where this kind of idea came from. It was, what does it take to make a professional build? How do you know about capacity and optimization? How do you know about that rock wall over there? Don't put that in a client build. That is an awful rock wall. Why is it
Wow.
awful? It's made
That's
of
not terrible.
soft objects. It's made of soft objects.
It's not terrible.
Yeah. It's not terrible, but it's if you were to build that, you would be using up so much of that customer's capacity. And so these are some of the things you're going to learn through the Vidyuu verification program. And so we're going to go into more detail on it. But what I think we have as an option for you, and you don't even have to Yeah, thank you, Trinette. You can test your skills, right? Like, you can see where you're at. You can get like some reflection from somebody who does know these things. So Sensei J, I'm sure you all know Sensei J. He's an absolutely fabulous creator, and well,
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't created a lot of worlds, but his educational tutorials are phenomenal.
Sorry,
They're the
Oscar, I gotta
best
kick
on
you
our
out.
channel. They're the best on the Meta channel. I mean, he's behind all of the educational content. Cannot thank him enough. Hey, I'll start you my moving. Thank you. Welcome back, live stream. Great to have you. And so Sensei J is the current like lead evaluator. Eventually we anticipate we're going to have to hire another evaluator, but right now it's Sensei J. And while he's going through your world with you, you're like in there with him, getting reviewed. He's going to provide feedback about things you might have missed or things that you can do better, or just like some feedback as he's going through. And then at the very end, you get your rating and you get your sheet, which shows you exactly what you scored on. And it has links to videos that you might be interested in on the things that you might have missed. And so, I mean, it's an awesome program to learn and help level yourself up. And even if you don't want to pay for the program, because it's $50 per badge, it's at $100 next year. And so it's $100 for both badges this year. It'll be $200 next year. And the thing about it is you don't have to pay for it because we have the entire document that we use for grading with the videos all listed on our website for you to go look at for free. So you can watch the videos, educate yourself. Because when I was in college, I only had $100 a month for spending cash, and it was all for Chipotle. Just kidding. I only went there once a month, but it was a treat. And you know what I
Oh, did
mean,
you
though?
get the
Is like,
burrito bowl? Oh my god.
oh my goodness.
So
So
before we
like,
get on the Chipotle train, because I love
point
Chipotle, I am going
is
to
I
say,
understand
go
how
ahead.
money can be. And so feel free to just use it as an educational tool to level yourself up. Don't feel like you have to take the test. Feel free to take the knowledge check. That's free. It's on our website. It's just a Google document. You just take the test and pass and see your results. So that's really cool. And if you want to, go ahead and take the evaluation. I mean, we'd really love to have you on the website featured. And yeah, Oculus.
Yeah, so I wanted to share my experience really quickly about going through this process because even though I did spend a good amount of time helping with the optimization video, it was a lot that I learned just from that one video. And if you ever want to watch just one video and learn a great deal about building your next world, use that one because there are so many gems in that one about, like he was talking about, making things non collidable that you are just never going to interact with, making things that are all the soft cubes, replace them with something that isn't a soft cube. There's lots of things in there that will help you. And a perfect example was Club One. We went in there and pulled every soft cube out of there and got 6 additional players back. That's an amazing amount
Wow.
of capacity that was just pulled from one world, just replacing soft cubes. So when I went through this assessment, I knew for the builder one that I was going to be, fairly in a good space because of the fact that I spent so much time on optimization. And so when I went through it, there were some things that I actually didn't realize, and the video is right there with the question. So if you haven't been to the website and you haven't seen the pre-test or the written assessment, it literally has video, 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 or maybe there's just one, and then there's a question. And the question says select all that apply or select the radio button if it's true or false. And the video is literally in the same box. It's literally paired with the question. So there's no way other than Lakes popping up on the screen like Clippy in your Microsoft Word saying, "Are you trying to write your resume?" He could literally pop up in the question and it would still be no different than the video for the question is paired with the question in a bounding box for the first, second, all the way through the end. So you can literally take the building and the scripting assessments, and if you watch the videos, you can score well enough to pass. And thinking about that, going back to when we were first talking about this program, the early stages of the program was an assessment. Figure out where you are in your journey of learning how to build and script, and then use that to further educate yourself. And the conversations that we had over the few months of time where we were kind of going back and forth about, is this an assessment to really get people to stop thinking I'm the best scripter, I'm the best builder, or is it something that we want to teach people as they're going through the assessment and they can learn? And I think you see firsthand, I was able to pass the builder and the scripter assessment because of everything that I learned just taking the test. And
Yep.
now I created my first respawn script because of Lakes. And then my second script was the launcher competition, which was significantly further on down the road. And the only reason I did the launcher competition was because number one, I wanted to honor Sassy 3K. I wanted to honor her with the spicy chicken sandwich nug launcher, so it would shoot chicky nugs. And I wanted to
Nugs.
just show how
Chicky
easy it
nuggets.
was because it was literally 3 lines of code. And every time you pull the trigger, it would get nugs, nugs, and it would shoot a chicky nugget. And so, because of how simple
Love
that script
Sassy.
was, I wanted.
Wait. Quick note. We went to Wendy's with Sassy, and she can't take spice. So all the talk about spicy chicken nuggets, spicy sandwiches, can't take it. And it was hysterical. It was absolutely the best because we traveled
That's
literally
funny.
all like 30, 40 minutes to get to a Wendy's. It was so much fun though. Yeah.
That's
Shout out
so
Sassy.
great. So
Back on
shout out
topic though.
Sassy 3K. Literally created it. It was 3 lines of code, projectile object that we were going to shoot from the thing, the launcher, and that was it. And that was my submission. Had zero expectation of even an honorable mention. But I wanted to just show people that it doesn't take a ton of knowledge in order to start scripting. And then I never did anything with it after that. And slowly the need came to start scripting things. And I was learning from just reviewing videos. So I was watching videos that were going onto the tutorials channel. And I was slowly learning more and more about scripting from just watching these videos. And so, as many times as I thought about just going on the channel and watching these videos to try and learn scripting, and I thought to myself, I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time. And then I would hop in here and community build for 8 hours. And just because I thought I didn't have the time, it's just that I wasn't managing my time. Well, when I got motivated to get my builder badge, I found the time, I watched those videos, and I got a perfect score, which blew my mind. But then I thought about it and I said, if I walk into a test and somebody has a book next to it, it's an open book test for a reason, and they say, here's 10 questions, you've got 10 hours, go. Well, I could probably get 100% on that if I have unlimited amount of time for an open book test. And that's essentially what this pre-test is. Now, when I got to the scripting one, I thought it was going to be the same thing. So I watched the videos, I went and answered the questions, and I failed it the first time because I didn't actually know the material. And that was the lesson that I learned right then and there, was that it doesn't matter if it was an open book test because I had the video with it. What I was watching, I wasn't absorbing and I wasn't really learning it. And when it came time to choose those options, I realized that I was listening, I was watching, but I wasn't learning. And so that was my turning point from I've put some scripts together, I've learned a little basic amount of information, but when I took that pretest the second time, I got a perfect score and I was just like, I actually watched the videos again and I started, based on looking at the answers, what it was that I was missing about those scripts, and it taught me more. So then when it came time for the assessment, like you said, at the bottom of the page, there's your checklist of what needs to be in that world. I literally went through it until I got to a point where I couldn't find anything else that I was capable of doing. I watched some videos and I made a promise to myself when I started it. I was not going to just parrot a script by copying line from line and saying, "All right, I put it in that script, that basketball respawner, so now I got my respawn and my despawn credit. All right, you put an ordered scoreboard in Club 1. I'm going to go ahead and copy line for line. I put it in my assessment world. I now know how to do ordered scores because I wasn't actually learning those things. I was at that point just copying a script. It's a whole nother level when you start to actually put together your own script, sending events and actually listening to the event and doing the thing, and then adding in extra pieces to it to make it really special. Like that eureka moment of actually writing my own script with all of these pieces that before I had never used or understood how they worked, I actually was able to put into a world, and I got 76%.
Whoop,
76%
whoop.
for me was huge because I was literally team respawn script at the beginning of the year this year. So I'm telling you right now, you may think to yourself, I'm not going to spend $50 on an assessment. That's okay. Like he said, you can literally take the pretest, you can literally look at the checklist, you can go there and build whatever it is you want from that checklist, but it's going to be a real eye opener when you get down that list and you're like, I have no idea what this is. And if you watch the video and you just copy and paste line for line the script, I guarantee you will not be able to apply that anywhere. this assessment actually will teach you how to do more than you've already learned, and it's going to encourage you to keep going with it. So, thank you for that. Seriously, the
Yeah.
assessment
I mean, you're the huge
process.
testimonial, Oculus. Like you
I mean,
were
I can't stress
literally
enough.
team respawn script, like you said. It was remarkable. I wasn't really expecting you to, but the fact that you have done it is so great. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like you literally had to step outside your comfort zone on a whole nother level, and you proved that you can do it. And I'd love to continue working with you and your experience to figure out how we can continue educating people and finding better ways. And I would like to say that this really isn't, I know this can be used to educate, but it really isn't designed necessarily as an educational piece. It is an assessment technically and an evaluation of your
Mm-hmm.
skills. So there are some pieces
Yep.
missing. If you got zero scripting knowledge, you probably won't pass the scripting one. If you have basic knowledge, you might be able to. We do link to all the beginner scripting tutorials, and everything we can do to try and get you there, we are going to do. But it might take you a month to actually get to the point where you could pass this. If you go in from 0 to 100, it might take you a month. And that would be amazing. I'd love to hear a story about that. But at this point, we're just trying to figure out what are the next programs we can build with this, like that can be tying into Vidyuu verification, where it's like, how do we take someone who has zero scripting experience or zero building experience, they're coming from nothing, and they want to start building in this space? And so that's the next step, probably a 2023 end of the year sort of goal next year. And yeah, we're really looking forward to working towards that and continuing to see how we can educate you. And what else, Oculus? I've lost my train of thought, but I was
So I
just
want to ask
so
the
entranced.
audience: anybody out here who has never scripted before, that script block has never come out of your build panel, and you've never put anything into it. Anybody out there who's never scripted? That's great, Tronette, no
Trinette,
problem.
yeah.
Anybody else? Yes. All right. So everybody being honest, I appreciate y'all opening up that first time you hit create new world. That was my first intimidation
Me too.
milestone. I was so intimidated to build, and even Lakes up here, he was intimidated to
Absolutely.
start building when he first got in here. So when I first hit that create new world, I got that blank template, and I'm like, what do I do? Well, I put down a rectangle and I built a floor. And I'm like, all right, cool. Now what? And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to make a maze because I've built the floor. It's literally a bunch of floors, standing up floors and top floors called roofs. And I made a maze. And it was the worst maze ever because Horizon dropped the snapping tool halfway through the process. So imagine just perfectly lining up every one of those walls.
No.
And then they give you a snap tool to attach a bunch of walls to these crooked walls. That was my experience. And even though it was really terrible, it was my motivation to keep going. And every time you overcome that one small intimidation factor, on the other side of it is just an amazing thing. And it's where you start learning, it's where you start getting better, and it's where you start
Mm-hmm.
showing what you can really do. And it also encourages you to learn more because now you realize what you can't do. That's the hardest thing to do, is understand what you don't know. And it's my favorite
Mm-hmm.
phrase that I've learned through this culture of learning at my day job. You don't know what you don't know. It's the strongest thing that you can accept, because until you realize that the moon wasn't made of cheese and the earth isn't flat and all of these other truths thousands of years ago, you don't know what you don't know. And so when it comes to
Thousands of
scripting,
years.
the only thing that's holding you
Some
back
people
is
still believe the
pulling
moon
out
is
that
cheese.
block. Probably. It's okay. Maybe it is. I haven't been there. But as
Have
far
you
as
tasted
pulling out
it?
that script block, as soon as you pull that script block out of your toolkit, now you just have to do something with it. And there's plenty of things in there that you could play around with, and eventually you'll make something of it. And even if it's a respawn script and it takes you going into edit mode with somebody to talk you through step by step, and maybe it takes 2 or 3 times, literally that only intimidation is not doing it. As soon as you just try, that's when you get over that one first piece of intimidation and start celebrating those small wins. So when you just said it was intimidating for you to create your first world, am I boring you? Am I boring you?
Sorry, no. There was
Are you looking
another
at the moon?
lover chat on our chat thread, so I was removing it. People up here be like, "Come check out my site! Oh my
No.
gosh!" And I'm like, "Please get off my site, thank you." No. Oculus. I seriously. I mean, I don't think people understand this because they look at me and they go, "Oh my gosh, he can build anything he wants in Horizon." But the reality is, when I got here, I spent 3 months before I even touched a script block because I was so afraid. And I actually had programmed before. Like, I had some experience in C#. I had some experience in,
Y'all hear this?
types. like I literally had some of these like I knew how to program websites and stuff, but I did not want to touch it because the reality was I didn't know it. I really was just following things, just like you were saying about you following the thing and not knowing it. That's what I had done. That's how I got my way through all these scripts and things that I'd written prior to this. I was just copying and pasting what other people had done in a tutorial online. And then when I had to like face it, it spent months struggling to try and figure out how to get it to work. And once I finally got through some of those barriers, I still make mistakes. If you come and enjoy my Sunday live streams, you'll see me make them all the time. And shout out to everybody in the live stream who is literally answering what I'm doing wrong when I'm doing it wrong. They're like, bruh, you forgot to tie it in, or bruh, you got this wrong. I'm like, oh, I can't believe I did that. It's so embarrassing because I'm on live stream too. But I hope that helps you all see that, I'm not this perfect person who can do everything first time. And, there's like, I spent years learning, but I'm still learning and getting better. And so anyway, I know the experience of being afraid of the script tool. And if you are looking to get started scripting, I mean, even if you're not looking to get started scripting, I think I would encourage you to check out Hyperjewel's Scripting 101 tutorial. She takes this and breaks it down in a way that is unbelievable. I mean, you could know nothing about scripting, and she's going to show you it's literally a drag and drop. I mean, you drag it from here to here, you drag that from there to there, and then you do the button there and the button there and drag from there to there, and you're done. That's your first script. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. So check out her video.
It's so
She's
true.
going to break it down in such an easy method, and I think you'll stop feeling afraid of it, and you might start finding what Oculus found is you take piece by piece, and now suddenly its trigger makes sound go off, trigger makes visual effect go off, and slowly but surely you become this scripting expert, as Oculus likes to jokingly call himself. And it's so funny. He's constantly in the chat. He's like, can I get my scripting expert badge, please? And then he got his scripting badge and he's like, you forgot the word expert. And we're like, bruh, no one's getting that. But so anyway, I would just encourage you to check out Scripting 101. Tronette?
Yeah, the scripting
You want
101
one?
is an amazing. If you want to ask questions, please come up to the mic. We can't hear you out there, and I don't want it to be just on the live stream. So please, if you want to come up to the mic, if you have questions or comments, we would love to hear them, especially questions for Lakes. And if it's, can you build my world? Can you script it for me? Can you anything that has to do with just commissioning his time? You already heard his prices, so ask with caution.
Awesome.
I want to talk about your dragging and dropping that you were talking about with Hyperjewel and her videos, and how much easier it makes it hearing somebody say this is how you do it, and really applying it to things that you might use it. When I was trying to learn scripting in my head, I'm thinking I'm learning because I'm listening to him. So these clouds, he would literally put his line of script blocks up there, and I would listen to him, and he would basically just go off into the clouds, and he would talk to himself as he's putting the script together. And I would just randomly say something like, you forgot your iterator. And he's like, oh my God, Oculus, you're right. You're so smart. Let me get my iterator. And I'm like, are you serious? I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't taking it seriously. I was literally just listening to him and then thinking that there was something in there that I was going to absorb. And it wasn't until I actually spent time with him working on things where it was like, all right, I want you to build this script, and trying to fumble through the events tab and the actions tab and the I don't even know the other names, but all of the tabs that are in the scripting panel.
Operators, values, variables.
Yeah, operators and values and variables. So trying to just navigate that, it was as if I was a 10-year-old child and my mom's asking me, you have 6 apples and I take away 3. How many apples do you have? And I'm staring at it, hoping that I'll figure out the answer because I don't know it. And that was my biggest intimidation factor that I wanted to get over. So I was just waiting for him to scream at me, it's under the operators tab. And he didn't. It was the fact that he was so patient. And he's like, are you punking me, or do you not really know where it is? I'll help you. And I was just like, no, I'll figure this out. So that's probably the peak of my being intimidated, is having somebody like Lakes waiting patiently for me to finish this script and actually put it together. That's something you're probably not going to have to worry about. So you can do this in your own time. You can learn this in your own time. And even if you're going into build mode and you're just like, I want to do this one thing, if it's open a door or make a noise or a special effect happen, just try it, because you'll be surprised at how good you actually are. And you can build from that. MF Sun, come on up.
Hey, I'm back
Super's
again.
gone.
So
Hello.
I didn't want you for time to go out before you guys talk about the temp agency again. My temp agency again, jtbtempagency.com, where
Yeah,
people
yeah.
can sign up as well as employers can sign up for services. So I wanted to find out from you guys again, talk a little bit about more of what you guys are doing.
So the
Yeah.
directory, first of all.
Yeah, let me go through this from the top. Sorry, then Sassy popped in my head and was like, "Make it drop." That's somewhere.
Yeah, I
And
know,
I'll
me too.
stop
Oh
there.
my god.
I was like, "Oh gosh." Yeah, y'all
Seriously,
know
love you,
Sassy.
Sassy,
That's in
wherever
your
you are.
head. Yeah. So, first of all, you go to vidyuu.com/VV and you're like, what in the world am I looking at? You're going to be presented with two badges so you can kind of see what it is. You can see the builder badge, the scripter badge. We are working on some other badges. We're not sure if we're going to launch them or not, but we have some ideas. We've also got some other things that we're thinking about to expand on this program. But for now, it's just these two really key areas that people are, passionate about. We know that there's some other stuff like testing, and we'll talk about that in a second. I do have something to say about it, but then underneath those badges, you'll see the directory. And the directory has a search bar where you can type in, what are you looking for? Is it a builder or a scripter? Are you have certain skills you're looking for? You can type in and search for skills. You can also check on there's check boxes so you can see, do they do live DJing? Do they do live streaming? Do they do world testing? Are they working hourly? Do they work on worlds? Like all these different options for searching. And so there's all of this search methodology, and then you get presented with the results, and you can download it as an XLS file. So if you're a business looking to just download a bunch of names and kind of go through it one by one later, you can do that as well. You also get a profile. So if you click on the person's name, it opens up their profile, presents you with a more detailed description. You can see 4 of their photos for examples, and then you can go back if you want. And then as you scroll down, you realize there's a visit or get verified button. So you click get verified and you end up on vidyuu.com/getvv. And the GetVV website is where you learn all about the program. And the program is basically click the button for the builder badge. If you click on the builder badge itself, it opens up a Google form. And now you're in the pre-knowledge check. You finish the knowledge check, and then you do that for both building or scripting. And then Sensei Jay will be emailing you, and he'll say, "Hey, I saw that you passed this check. So would you like to get scheduled?" And he has this whole scheduling email that he sends you, and then you can click on that button to go and schedule your assessment. And it's got a couple more details on the next steps. And then when you're done with your assessment, after you've tested and added him as a collaborator, and you guys have gone and done your verification, he provides you the grading rubric showing you exactly how you scored, what you scored on. He's there with you in person during the evaluation, so you're hearing this live. You get your score immediately afterward, and then like live while you're there. It's not like you have to wait. It's like immediate. And then when you get your email results, you get your badge at the same time. You get that document, so you have that, so you can save that and use that as reference material. It has all those links in there in case there's more stuff you want to learn later. And then you get your profile, so you can go to vidyuu.com/login and log into your profile to update your profile picture, your description, and all of the things that you're available to be hired for. You fill that out, and now your profile, your profile is actually live immediately when you get that email. So if you don't fill it out, you just have a blank profile picture, and that's fine. I think that's kind of fun. But once you fill that out, you're set up, and people can find you, and it's great. And have I missed anything, Oculus?
No, I don't think you did. But I did want to take Rory Wells has a question or a comment. Rory, welcome back. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me make comments every week.
For sure. What do you got?
So I heard some of your earlier conversation on the live stream, and just a very couple quick points. One of the reasons why you do, if you're going to make more than a couple $1,000s building and you're really committing to this, and over the next 18 months this is your thing, you really do want to register as a business, and you can do that any one of the 50 states. If you go on the state website, the treasury, or whatever their business section is, they'll help you do that, and you'll get a business number. You register as a LLC, and then you have to actually register with the IRS and also get a federal number. But it's not just to officially start the business. that LLC actually protects you. So if you do something wrong, or there's a problem, or there's an issue with the build, and you have a corporate client or a brand, and they sue you, they're really just suing the business. They won't, you keep your expenses separate, so they won't attack your personal assets. That's the reason why you incorporate an LLC. And if you're going to do it more than, even just a couple grand, I would just go ahead and just do it. You can get an attorney. I am an attorney. You can get an attorney to do it for you, but you don't need an attorney to do it for you. If you have the patience to do scripting, you can work through and form your own LLC. But that LLC, yeah, that LLC actually protects you.
I would like to note that
wrong.
while I have patience for scripting, I paid an attorney to do it.
There you go. Yeah, well, smart move. But you're at the league.
To each their own.
Yeah, but you're at the league where, however many builders there are, let's say there's a couple hundred or a couple thousand. There's a top tier, and then there's a mid tier. And if you're trying to determine your prices, just pick a price that you think is fair, and you either quote an hourly rate or a flat rate, and then you just work your way up from there. But the only other thing, too, if you're going to register as a business, and I don't want to monopolize the time, Oculos, I just appreciate you giving me a few minutes.
This is great information.
If you're going to register as a business, you actually have to keep books, right? So get QuickBooks or some other software, or at the very least, get a financial journal and write it in pencil. Project number 1. This is what I quoted. This was incoming, revenue in, out, paid on this date. You have to keep records. It's very, very important to do that. So there's lots of software out there. If you're really going to, I'm going to be a builder. I'm here early. I'm here before everybody else. We're all going to be driving mad Lambos a year from now. Then you actually need the records. You need the records to complete. But right now, it's kind of like the Wild Wild West. So the market will determine. Some people are buying worlds and they're overpaying, and some people are buying worlds and they're underpaying. But 18 months from now, the market will kind of, balance out. And what's a basic? I just want a presence. I just want a platform, or I want something very complex. I'm going to hire somebody with a big rep name, or I'm going to hire somebody that's just starting. And that'll all work itself out in the market. But right now, and for the near future, it really is just, it's the Wild Wild West. So just a couple comments. And thank you very much for giving me the time to speak, Oculos. I appreciate you. Yeah, very
absolutely, and I appreciate you. And just a note to the audience: so on this show, we don't do poll to removes. If y'all got a problem with somebody, literally just get on the mic and let me know. I don't care about all of the drama. If you're here and you're just spamming poll to remove because you think you're funny, if you see somebody clicking away, I'm gonna remove them. So let's be adults here. We're trying to learn. We're trying to share information. So we're not doing poll to remove. So if I see another one up here, I'll go ahead and shut the show down. I'd rather everybody here have a good experience. So let's please be grown. Let's please be adults. Otherwise, find another world. Thank you. So apologize for cutting you off for that. But
no, just one final point, Oculus, and that's important. I know you want to maintain control of the audience, but one final point. If you have a build and somebody comes and they want you to build something for them, and you say, okay, well, look, I'm going to give you the first 3 hours as a free consult. We're going to talk. You're going to let me know what you want, blah, blah, blah. And then you would come back with a proposal. But what you want, you need to take a deposit. So if you're going to charge them $5,000, you say, look, I need $1,000 to start working. Don't start working without any money. You need something up front. And final point, one of the reasons you also want to form as business is because if you need to buy a new laptop or a new computer or a new headset, or you're going to pay to take classes, then those become tax write-offs. And that becomes part of your business expenses. So,
it helps.
If anybody wants to hit me up, you can. But I just wanted to really get some of that information out. And mad respect to you guys. I was listening to the live stream while I was driving home, and I rushed home to get my headset on. And I just appreciate.
That's great.
Appreciate what you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thanks for being here, Rory. I wanted to quickly bounce off that just a little bit because what was it? It was.
Nice. Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What was it though? He said
Oh my god.
something really important there that I think was important to point out, which was sorry, my brain. It's just lost the train there.
probably the initial deposit. Yes.
No, it
So
wasn't
it's the money.
that. It was
Oh,
before
okay.
that. I was
The
thinking
business,
what?
maybe?
The revenue, writing stuff off,
The taxes?
or
Oh man,
protecting
you know, it
yourself,
was
the
right.
LLC. It'll come
It
to you.
was right. It'll come to me when it comes back. I'll let you know. It's one of those things where you got to stop thinking about it for it to come back. You know, so Vidyuu verification, really cool, super awesome program, and I hope you guys will check it out. Vidyuu.com/VV is where I'd recommend you start, and like we're gonna keep pushing clients over there. I think we're gonna see people getting hired over there. I'm looking forward to it. I'm still trying to think in my head what that thing is I forgot. So I'm like brainstorming in my head. I'm like, I know it was around this topic somewhere. Oculus, ask me a question. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, so the Vidyuu verification, I really wanted to drive home about how this is not intended to tell you that you need this in order to make money. All of the advice that not only Melissa Knox has given, but also, I mean, valuable information coming from all sides, whether it's from a lawyer, from a CPA, from someone who's a business owner, from just another builder and a community builder in here. Like everyone's telling you the same message. And if you really want to take serious where you're going with your business, if you want to do this full time, the first time that you start questioning somebody else's pricing, look at yourself and wonder, am I not charging enough? Is it because I'm not paying taxes? I'm not putting money away for a rainy day. I'm not thinking about reinvesting into my business. I'm not paying other people to help me on these jobs. That's when you really start to think about how much you're actually charging and what you're actually making. Because when it gets to that point, like Michael Gregory said, like a couple months ago when we were just in Ask Your Q Speak Your Truth, I am so busy and I got so much work coming in and I feel like I'm charging good money, but what should I do? Because I never have time to take a break. And we said, raise your prices because there's an imbalance of what you're worth and everybody's recognizing it and they're diving in to try and get something in order to, sustain that. You got to raise your
Oh, I
prices
remember now.
and you're going to realize that you're going to be doing less work and you're going to be making the same amount or more money and it's going to be more
Sorry.
fulfilling and it's going to take you right back to feeling good about what you're doing. Go ahead, Lakes.
Okay, before I forget, what I wanted to say was there is one major thing that's holding businesses back from entering Horizon Worlds, and I wanted to bring it up before we go on saying Horizon Worlds is businesses coming like crazy. Oh my gosh, they're all here. And the biggest thing is they can't get their brand and branding. They can't get links. They can't get just about anything. Should we smile? Well, there's no external connections to the outside world. I mean, brands want to bring in their logos. They want to bring in some of their images, their products. They want to show these things and then full definition. They don't really know what Horizon Worlds is, and we got to tell them what is possible here. And I always like say, we should really be leaning into the community aspect. It's people. That's what makes Horizon Worlds so special. It's when multiple people get together. Anytime a brand comes to me and they're like, I want a 4-player world that's really designed for just like the limited small, I'm like, you don't understand what Horizon Worlds is. We need to like reevaluate this because you just don't understand the product. But the big thing that everybody wants that we don't have is the ability to click a hyperlink and it opens a web page, or you have ability to track data. There's no ability to track data here. So if somebody wants to know how many people looked at something or how many visits you got, that information is almost unavailable. And so when you're talking to businesses, be aware that there is some limiting factors here. And if you'd like to make a change like that so we can enable this, I'm not afraid to tell you this. I literally emailed Mark Zuckerberg and was like, dude, the biggest change here that businesses need is we need external things brought in. I literally emailed him because he sent me an email and he's like, hey, it was great talking to you. What would you like change in Horizon? I was like, this is the one thing we need change because businesses want to be here and it's holding them back. And so I know Mark does other busy things. I'm sure it's like not his priority, but you can make this a priority for the Horizon Worlds team. If you go to uservoice.com, there is at the very top, it says external assets in Horizon Worlds. Please vote for it. It's just horizonworlds.uservoice.com. And we can literally make the change in Horizon. They look at that and they say, oh, people want this. Maybe we should make that happen.
But I'm so loving that you're saying this because I've been saying
come up
that
to
I've
the
been
mic.
telling
We
that
can't
to
hear you.
people.
You gotta come up to the
we
mic.
can't hear you. Sorry, it's really small audio.
Well, hold up. We're going to take All-Star B first because he's in line, and then you can come right behind him.
So I can't confirm or deny help some world with music, but has that been addressed where copyright and stuff works or no?
Nope. We can't speculate and we don't have any answers. And I want to say that first because I don't know what you're going to say, but we
I don't
can't
know.
speculate and there's nothing public.
Okay.
My thought is if they bring in video, it's going to be something like, if for speculative here, it'd be something like Facebook video. This is my personal opinion. I think if they brought Facebook video in, it solves a ton of issues because now we've got music videos, and I think that's the solution.
Because once
they have their whole review process on it.
Yeah, once people knew that like
I'm so
someone can
excited.
import music or whatever, then like everyone floods to that person and asks them like, "Can you do this? Can you do that?" But I'm always like, whose responsibility is it to? What if I don't want to be sued or nobody wants to be sued for music?
Well, of course.
I would say the person who's got the no, I mean everybody's at fault there. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Ask go hire where to go. Where'd our attorney go?
Rory.
Hey, there he is, Rory Wells. Go hire Rory. He'll tell you what you need to know. Honestly, I can't speculate. I'm not an attorney. Talk to an attorney. What I would say is I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it at all. You know. Especially if you're making money in the space. Yeah. I think you're more likely to be targeted if you got money, but you know, if you look at the past and people who did pirate music, they were sued for millions, they filed for bankruptcy, that was the end of that, and they're doing fine. You know, but you don't want that to happen. That sucks. So, I mean, I'm not touching it. So, if you want to do copyright, that's up to you. I think fan art's kind of cool, but you know, probably not for money, right? Like unless the artist is giving you permission to make that for money. I don't know. It's really iffy. It really is. I don't know. And then we just did the Vidyuu anime exhibit, so who am I to say? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oculus, wrap it for me before I dig myself into a deeper hole.
Inspired by, just like there's the fair use, it's very, very gray. I know that YouTube considers fair use for certain things if you do a cover of a song, and then at the same time, if the person who owns the rights to that song decides they're going to file a claim, they take it off. They immediately take it down. So, perfect example, Nintendo never ever do anything that either is inspired by or is a complete copy or inspiration to make something with their characters. It is their property and it's their right to protect it. So think about it because they will take it down. There are streamers that have hundreds of videos that have walkthroughs and what are they? Watch me plays where you just literally watch them play the game, and they get hit all at once. That 1,000 emails saying all of the ones that completely took offline. I don't know who's doing it, but I swear if I see any of y'all clicking your finger, I'm removing you. So stay out your menus because somebody in here trying to troll thinking they funny, but that's all right. We got the live stream going, so we're gonna catch it later.
I did actually want to write off of that. I'm a streamer, and so I actually had a video. I was, streaming for about I want to say 3 hours. At the end of the video, right before I was gonna leave, we entered a world because this is while we were world hopping. We entered a world, and it was a song by Eminem. And immediately my stuff got flagged, and if I didn't take it off, like if I didn't delete it, I would have had a strike because Facebook does strike you for some things. So that entire 3-hour video, which if you're a streamer, to be monetized on Facebook, you have to have 4 hours of gameplay within 14 days and 2 separate days that you have to stream. So that 3 or 4, however long I was streaming, all gone. So you got to be careful with that stuff.
Yep, that's really true.
Good feedback because I had one video that was flagged for copyright, and it was a shared monetization. So a portion of what I made off of my video was going to the rights owner. So I thought that was interesting because I've been walking through the supermarket with my phone on a live stream just talking, and because the music that was playing over the speaker was heard by the I guess Facebook's algorithm for identifying copyrighted music, it immediately took my stream down, and I was just like, "You've got to be kidding me!" literally walking
Yep.
through the grocery store and my stream got taken down. So you just got to be careful with music. And what I was told, even though as a DJ, I don't own the rights to literally any of the music I have, and the music I have has a personal license, not for public use. As a DJ, you belong to record pools and you can use music for the purpose of DJing. The venues have to have the license in order for you to play that music. So it's something that the people who go out and get money for these publishers and for these artists and for these writers, they realize that DJs do not have money. It's the businesses that are making all these money, the money off of their capacity every week. So that's why there's that gray area whenever you're thinking about putting music in your world. The law just hasn't caught up to the metaverse yet, but I guarantee when it does, there's going to be a complete restructuring of all these worlds with music in it. And I just hope that
Yep.
it at least allows us to be able to play music in a way that it's legal and it's something that doesn't take away from all of these amazing worlds that right now have they're great hangout spots and their club worlds and their worlds that just have really good music to be able to just chill and hang out. So
Before we have Michael come up, did Trinet want to ask the question you had? Love to hear what you had to say.
Hi. I have just one question. As a world developer, I have a team, and we create worlds for customers and also for small businesses and medium-sized businesses. And I wanted to ask what prices I think are appropriate for development, because we don't want to make them too low and too high. We want to make them right.
Vidyuu.com/estimate or we literally have our prices publicly posted. You can go and take a look if you'd like.
Okay, I got it. Thank you anyway. Thank you.
Hold on. Don't go too far, because I was going to let him answer that first, because I knew his answer was going to be there's a price estimator for what Vidyuu charges. So you have to consider how much does it cost for you to build that world. If you're building worlds and you're not keeping track of all of that and then putting money aside for taxes and putting money aside to invest back into your company, you have to realize that there's a separation there. If it's still a side hustle, you have to own it. It's still a side hustle. You're enjoying it,
Right.
you're building, you're helping people get money. It is still a side hustle. But until it's a business and you start thinking like a business owner, where now you have to give 1099s to all the people you're paying, when you're paying your taxes quarterly, all of these things that go into it, your price range is going to go up. But I tell you what, in every service provider's entire history of raising prices, your clientele changes as you raise your price. So if your work
Right.
shows for it, you think that you're worth that amount and keep raising it as you start bringing business in and you start to overwhelm yourself and you're not having enough time to take on all these projects. Just like we said with Michael Gregory, that balance wasn't there. Realized they need to raise their prices. So just
Right.
think about that as you're pricing. Are you supporting a business or are you supplementing income and still side hustling it? So when
Got
you're
it.
ready to make that cut, there's people like Rory, like Melissa Knox, like us up here, who are willing to give you some advice and some way in. And of course, if you're interested, Vidyuu verification can get you on that creators directory for more business to come in and potential hiring with Vidyuu.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Nice. I will check it for sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The other thing I
Absolutely.
wanted to just close us there was saying that the the way Horizon works. Come on up, Trinette. You're good. You're good. The way Horizon works, there's such a difference in learning, right? So someone like myself, I literally built an entire claw machine world in under 4 hours. Excuse me, not claw machine, slot machine world in under 4 hours, right? And it was fully functional, and I built it in 4 hours, and that's like, I imagine a client would pay 10 grand for that probably pretty quickly. I mean, it's a popular world. If you kept it going, you could make that into a really hit world. I didn't, because I'm just too busy. But the thing is, I it only took me 4 hours. So am I getting paid $2,500 an hour? Well, it doesn't exactly work like that because I used a bunch of stuff I'd already created to get started, right? So like I had a bunch of tools that I was able to use to make that happen a lot faster. So if you look at our estimator, we charge for our assets, even though we're redesigning it, we're charging for them so that we can redesign them and implement them and make them in unique ways. And then the other thing you got to think about is someone who is more talented is going to be able to do something a lot faster. There's nobody on our team who can build, well, maybe Elastic could, but I think he'd probably overcomplicate it, to be honest, and it would still take him like 10 hours. But the point is, like, nobody else can do it in that amount of time, right? So there's definitely various levels. So I'm not sure where you're at. I don't wherever you went. There he is, Michael. But yeah, you know, I don't know what your level is, Michael. I don't know how long it takes you to build worlds, but that's also something to think about. Like, if I give you our Vidyuu prices but it takes you 2 times longer, your prices are going to end up being twice the price. And whether that's beneficial to us or to you, I guess that's up to you to figure out. But you know what I mean? So I think that it's all over the place right now. Like Rory said, it's still the wild, wild west. We're just figuring it out. And, you know, we're here being open book to try and help you guys, you know, figure yourself out too. So just share our experience. Trinette.
Yeah, I talking about the user reviews, and I was telling people, you know, it's more so about, you know, because people were talking about video coming into Horizon World and the ability of all of us to, you know, be able to use it at some point, you know, and it's more so about the demand. And it's like, you know, if it's something that we want, we have to start asking for it, right?
Oh, we have to brutally murder that button, and I don't know how to say it in a polite way, but I'm serious. Everybody and your mother and your father and your brother and your sister and your uncle and your cousin need to get on user voice and vote for it right now, because there's only 150 people have voted for it, and there's 300,000 people in this app at least. What are we doing? We need a that's not even 1%. You know, that's like 0.05% is what that is. We have a big problem.
We got to get that. Yes, I'm going to be on the move.
We got to get everybody voting for that thing. This is a social app. We are all here. Yeah, I don't know who's being a troll out there, and we're gonna shut this thing. They're gonna shut this whole thing down. You're probably so happy with yourself, whoever you are. If you guys catch the troll, you let us come up here and let us know who it is. I know you guys are like paying attention. You guys let us know. Tape, Snutter. I know you guys can see everybody, so you keep us in the loop. But no, seriously, Trinette. I know it's like user voice. A lot of people are like, oh, it doesn't work. But the reality is, it takes potentially a year for this stuff to get developed. If we don't consistently tell them that we want it, they don't put the resources to it. And so we need to consistently tell them. And so if you look right now, and so I tell you it's at the top of the page, but I'm honestly lying. And so the reality is, if you look up the user voice forums, horizonworlds.uservoice.com, you're going to see that the number 1 is add the Vidyuu assets to the library. And we have been working on it for 3 months. I kid you not. And it is going to be another 3 months before it even happens. But it's happening. It's going to take a while, but it is happening. And so super excited to get those out to you, but it does take time. But the problem is that one's only got 100 votes. And the one below that is the one I want you to vote for. And the reason it's number 2 is because nobody's been voting for it. I already voted for it. I can't vote for it again. And so, I keep telling people every time I have a live stream, every live stream I say, please go to user voice and vote for this. I'll post the link. And so I will right now. If you're on the live stream, I know there's a bunch of you. I'm going to go post the link right now. You can check it out online, horizonworlds.uservoice. Vote for that so we can get video added. And keep speaking about it. Talk about it online. We really need video. There's so many uses, whether it's music videos, whether it's your short film. Shout out Blue Wave back there. I'm not sure if anybody else from Blue Wave is here, but seriously, any other short films being produced, music videos I've been hearing about. There is so much amazing video content we're producing in Horizon. Let's get it in here, whether it's educational or entertainment. It'd be so great to be able to put that in our worlds. Or imagine having a blockbuster movie night. I guess you can't do blockbuster movies in her, but you know what I mean. We could put our YouTube on. I'd watch YouTube with my friends in here. Gosh, dreams, right? So
it would be.
I know we just got to go vote for it, but let's keep pushing it. Keep pushing.
Also, the ability to make money in the metaverse has been a growing question. You know what I mean? And I'm hearing about like clients, and I've seen like some of these clients, like I've seen MasterCard, I've seen Target, and the people that, you know, help those companies build these worlds, right? And it's intriguing, and I'm so interested. So I'm enjoying hearing this information. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I don't know if Oculus wants me to say this, but right now. And another really good reason that, you know, we're creating the Vidyuu verification program is because right now the main way the businesses are finding creators is they go onto the popular tab and they say, oh, who are the top 3 in the popular tab right now? and they go and contact those 3 people, and that's how business is getting currently done in Horizon Worlds. And so, we're going to build a directory with all of you creators who might not necessarily be in those top 3 slots, because there's only one Action Island, right? Just kidding, but you know what I mean. So oh man,
It's an interesting thought. It's cool. You're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna keep ignoring it. So, spoiler alert: I'm recording from my headset. So when I go watch it back and I see you pulling your trigger, abusing it, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that you ain't gonna abuse that.
You're
no
gonna
more,
get
so
banned from Horizon.
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
So,
like
I'm
legit.
recording with my
This guy is the
headset.
only
I'll
guy
go
who could
watch
get
it
you
back
banned
later.
permanently, and you're about to get your ass
Yeah.
banned. Oh, excuse me, I gotta watch our monetization.
That
So yeah, I just
came
wanted
out.
to share that. So I'm really
Yeah,
excited.
just beat me
for you
up.
to
It's okay.
No, I'm really excited for you to continue trolling because my headset's recording everything, and then when I send it off to Oculus, I appreciate you, but you're never going to be able to use your whole Oculus headset again. So when you get banned, interesting fact, not only do you lose access to Horizon, your headset turns into a brick. So tell your mom and dad they got to buy you a new Oculus at $500 because it turns into a brick. You can't play any of the games that you bought, even the free ones.
Gosh.
You literally get the first steps, you get your Explorer, and that's it.
Oh.
You get no apps.
Honestly,
It's
that shouldn't
disgusting.
be that way, but that is so harsh. That is so harsh.
Yeah. So I can't wait. Please continue trolling because you're giving me all this feedback that I'm gonna be able to share with Oculus, and then they're gonna go ahead and end your whole career.
All right,
So,
please
go
welcome
ahead and,
MetaNuma to the
come on up.
stage.
MetaNuma, new
Welcome.
person to Horizon.
Hi, everyone.
I remember
Hi, everyone.
Dominic Patrick. That was a great person. I think you might know him.
Dominic Frederick still is around. You can find him.
I
But first off, let me say congratulations to MadRabbits. That is amazing. I follow you on TikTok and I love your videos, so that's awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
A
I'm
billion
Trixie. I'm actually standing,
loves,
so
right? A billion loves. Is that what it was?
Yeah, that's amazing.
1.3
my question
last
goes.
time I checked.
Yeah, my question goes back to something that Melissa kind of touched on earlier, where she was talking about doing business outside. How eventually, you don't want to do business with an avatar. You kind of have to bring it into the real world. Are you using portals or anything like workrooms or anything where you're just doing like FaceTime? Like, how does that interaction go when you're working with people that are halfway across the world, right?
I'm gonna quickly, with no offense to Melissa, because it's totally true, but I would much rather do it as avatars. I have hired people on the Vidyuu team that I've never seen their face before. We have people that I work with that I don't talk to, and it's so amazing that our team is growing. We've got multiple people managing little portions here and there, and it's an absolute blessing. And I love that we've met everybody in Horizon. I think that is one of the most special things about Vidyuu is it's a team of people that we've all met here in Horizon Worlds. And it's a growing team that kind of comes and goes. TM Wheeler worked with us for a little bit, and we have brought in people off and on. And I love that. I just love having this community involved, and it's such a blessing. So first of all, I think there is nothing wrong with working as an avatar. I don't think it's feasible just yet, but I think it's something we shouldn't be saying it's not the future, because it definitely will be. It's just not here yet. The biggest problem is workrooms just honestly sucks. If you work on workrooms and you're listening to this at Meta, please fix it. And the problem is you can't do business there. It's designed for business, but you can't do business there. I want to work with, say Blue Wave or some of the other studios here, and I want to invite them over to my studio so we can work together. And it just doesn't work. There's no cohesive. The best you can do is basically a video call where they come in as a video, not even as an avatar. And it's a nightmare. So the problem is technical barriers. So that's my first thought on the avatar doing as a business, because I would love to meet with my clients here in VR, show them around. And like even Oculus and I are currently talking about, these clients that we have, how can we show them VR early stages, even in the first month?
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, we haven't been able to just start building right away because we're like, well, we're going to wait till we get a deposit. But I'm like, dude, we're spending dozens of hours. We should spend 3 hours putting in to build a gray box world, show them a few little things that we can do in a few hours and really show off our skills for them. And just like start getting them immersed in what's possible, even though it's not going to look super pretty. But so we're kind of like internally discussing how do we get them more in. We want to really get them here in Horizon, because right now they're completely out of Horizon, and we are on Zoom calls, we're on workplace calls, we're on pretty much everything. I mean, Microsoft, Google Meet, Messenger. We've used them all.
Yeah.
For me, I coordinate everything through my Google Calendar, and that's like my savior at this point. But yeah, we're using them all. I don't have a portal. I don't really have any interest in a portal, but I understand it's a pretty cool device. I've worked with a lot of people who have portals, and it's kind of cool the way it works. I understand there's something like that for iPad as well, but I don't know. I like my computer. It works. It does my job. So
Yeah, fair
One
enough.
point to clarify, though, I don't think that it was anything against what Melissa said about doing business.
not at all. Not
as
at
an
all, because it's
avatar.
100%
So,
true right now.
yeah,
It's 100% true right
so
now.
that being the future, it may be less actually being an avatar and more being ourself. I don't know where that might end up, that blend of avatar and real representation. But I have to agree that without showing people what's in Horizon that have never been in here, it's really hard to do business because you spend so much time trying to convince them of what is possible, and they have this expectation of what's not possible. So you've got to get that to meet before you can even sign a contract, and that's the
Their
toughest part.
expectation is
I've
that
never seen
video
it.
where Mark goes and says, he's like, here's what it's going to look like in 10
Ugh.
years when we're floating around and all that. And that's what they think it looks like today. And we're like, bruh, give us another decade. I literally say this to almost everyone. I'm like, okay, I understand what you want, but please, we need another decade to develop the hardware and the software. It's just not there yet. And so here's where we're at. Here's what we can do. Here's what's going to be the best. Like, let's see, what are your objectives? And the biggest problem, and I want to be completely honest with you guys here, is I don't get to spend nearly as much time in VR. Okay, number one, I just had a baby girl. She's beautiful, love her to death. So my life takes twice as much time as usual. But the thing is, even before that, I just didn't have a lot of time in VR because I spend so much time. And so it's very easy to fall behind. Really, the expert on our team right now is Sensei J. He's the true expert because he knows everything new that's coming out. And I'm still playing catch up over here because I don't get into VR enough. And so every Sunday, I love spending time with you guys, but I'm still like literally learning on the fly on Sundays, trying to figure out the new system because of like Visit 2.0 that just came out and broke almost everything I used to know has just changed with one change. Oculus.
I wanted to throw it back to Mananuma because we do have a line. If you had another question or another comment, please share.
No,
We'd
no,
love to hear
that was it. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Anyway,
it.
yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Dude, seriously.
Oh,
Welcome, KJ.
All right, KJ. Oh, just go ahead and unmute. Oh, nope. Okay. No worries.
Biz to the moon coming
if
up.
Biz wants to come back, there we go.
Hey,
Awesome.
I'm here. How you guys
Step
doing
up to the
tonight?
mic.
I'm not.
Want to make sure
Really
that
good.
you're
You guys
Good.
doing good?
fantastic. Great to have you.
All right. So I'm just here to ask a question in regards to investing. I know we're in the midst of a monetary revolution with cryptocurrency. So I just wanted to know what you guys think, is cryptocurrency the future?
Yeah.
Can I talk to this, or do you want to say something, or should I talk to this? Okay, Oculus is all about Doge. Anyway, I'm just teasing him.
Can I speak
I
about
was just
this?
teasing him.
Oculus. No. All right, since he did
I'm just
that,
being funny.
I'm going to tell
Whoa,
you
whoa,
what
whoa.
my opinion is. Cryptocurrency
okay.
probably is the future of transactions because of its utility, because of how many transactions per second that you can do, the scalability, the decentralization. Like, there's so many benefits to cryptocurrency. I imagine that something like it, if not it, will be the future of currency. But the problem is the government backs banks to the point where the entire economy can crumble, and the government gives banks money. So I don't think banks will ever fail or go away. Cryptocurrency may never become the standard for money in our lifetime, but I just think right now there's so much scam transactions and interactions happening that it's really stifling the growth of cryptocurrency and NFTs. If it wasn't for all of these huge companies that are getting scammed out of billions of dollars over the last year, I can't tell you how many times I've heard of NFTs getting scammed for millions. And it's not going to go away. It's only getting bigger and bigger and bigger because it's the more attractive thing right now. So it's going to be really hard for it to become the standard, when as soon as it grows big enough to be the standard, the government's going to come in and it's going to restrict it. Just like with stocks, where stocks turning into selling crypto, now instead of it being just an asset, it's to a point where now every transaction has to be logged. It's no longer just claim how much you lost or gained. And I don't know all of the details because I'm not an accountant or a stock genius or a cryptocurrency savant. It's just the fact that the government, as soon as it gets to a certain point where it's dangerous or even more dangerous than it already is, they're going to come in and they're going to regulate it. So you just got to be careful, especially with countries that are already blocking people from buying crypto. The transactions, the even the ability to log into certain brokers to be able to trade and buy and sell. So as far as it to be in the future, maybe by the time this turns into a metaverse, but there's just way too much going on right now where people are getting ripped off, scammed, and people are nonstop with the NFTs and with crypto scamming everybody out of their money, and it's just never going to go away. It's just like email scams turned into, now it's crypto scams. It's just people are going to constantly be coming for your money, and they're not educated enough to know what they're supposed to be doing in this space.
Okay.
So I wanted to say 9 years ago, I started working in cryptocurrency, believe it or not. What? I know. I bought my first 4 miners, and what I quickly discovered is that the amount of money I was earning was equivalent to the amount of money I was spending, and I never really made money at it, which is a small lie. But I did eventually, I just kind of left, and I didn't come back. And I don't think it's really changed that much. Right now, we've seen the prices skyrocket, the equipment's gotten better, but the reality is if you were mining for cryptocurrency right now, it's really going to break even. So if you're looking to mine, probably just better buying some. Do I think it's the future? Absolutely. I think we're going to have a Mars coin, we're going to have a Moon coin, we're going to have an Earth coin, and until we get, quantum physics under our control, we really can't do a kind of, interplanetary currency. But I think it's going to come down to one currency really being the one that you travel around the world and use. You might have something like Bitcoin be the gold, like where you store your money for long-term savings. And you might have one where you're spending your money actively. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I wouldn't necessarily encourage anybody to go put their money in it right now. My 2 cents is only put money in you're willing to lose, because I've definitely lost my fair share of thousands in crypto. And I think a lot of people will. So if you have money to lose, feel free to go for it. If you have money to risk on it, go for it. I don't know. You could be good. You could be good. You could be bad. It's kind of like a 50-50.
Your name tag now makes sense. So I don't know what Fizz is, but I imagine you're heavily invested.
Anyway, so yeah, it's a good topic.
You know we're right.
Yeah, I'd love to see it come into Horizon. To be honest, I think this is a great space to have a cryptocurrency. NFTs, I think, would be amazing here. I do think we're at least 5 years away from it being in this space, though. If you've watched it for the last 2 years, we're not even close, unfortunately. But hopefully. And hopefully we'll see it go across all platforms, where it's not necessarily just in Horizon. It's like, oh, my Oculus connects into the NFT of the metaverse. And, we finally get cooperation between all of these organizations. So, hey, if I actually wanted to go visit some friends who were in VR chat, I could do that. Like, that shouldn't be so prohibitive that I have to log in or lose my avatar. I don't feel comfortable in a VR chat avatar. If you use VR chat, you probably have one, but I don't. And so that's why I'm not there. I feel very comfortable in this. I got to spend a lot of time designing it. And when I got to VR chat and they didn't have an avatar creator, I was really appalled. I was just like, what am I doing here as a hot dog? Anyway, so until we have a lot of these things tied together, NFTs, crypto, and the ability to take everything with you, whether it's your NFT avatar or whatever, I think we've got a lot of work to do. A lot of work left. So
for sure.
Cool. Thanks.
Expect it definitely in 10 years, 5 years at the earliest. Desert Rose, welcome up.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. And no, I'm not a
Great
song.
to have
you. I get that asked all the time. Did you know you're a song? No, I'm a cactus flower. Actually, I have an Oculus as a friend, so yeah. I have a stupid question. I'm a new beginner in building. I'm not a very good builder because I have a comprehension problem. So I have a hard time building. I'm a better shopper than I'm a builder.
Yeah. No worries.
Rabbit might know the about shopping.
You should see my Amazon.
Oh
Amen,
boy.
sister. Amen.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole, if I may.
Zing.
Zing.
Zing. All right. So anyway, your question. Go ahead.
What's the best play? How do I phrase this? What's the best thing for me to do to help me build?
Why is everybody all
Like I said,
gray?
I have a comprehension problem about building because I can't I can't do measurements. So
I
I'm
think after a
more
while they
hands
come in.
on.
It's been doing it all a lot of rooms, a lot of worlds. I mean,
I don't know. I would just say, keep playing with it, have fun with it. Don't necessarily
You haven't
overstress
seen my
the little
monkey, have you?
things. But there's
places.
I was gonna say two things. Number one is there's the asset library now. Eventually, I guarantee within the next 5 years that'll become an asset store, and your shopping addiction's gonna go a little bit further.
What's the
And
asset library?
Don't remind us.
in your build menu, there's a section called assets right below blocks, and you can just pull out couches and stuff. And so, I'd recommend playing with that. I'd also say, to Oculus's point earlier about soft cubes and his Club 1, he was using an asset that was the basketball hoop, and the basketball hoop had like 30 soft cubes to make up the rim, and he replaced a couple of those, and boom, he's got 2 players left. It was nuts. It really was. And so I do think the asset library is super valuable, especially for someone like you, Desert Rose. I definitely encourage you to try it out. See if it does help you. Like, there's a lot you can build out of it that will look like you're not a novice, and there's a lot of new stuff being added regularly. I'm actually trying to help make that even bigger. So, fingers crossed we get some success going around here. But
well, I didn't know there was stuff in there already. I've added some stuff in my assets. But
every
I didn't know there was
2
stuff in there
weeks you
already
should
in
see
there.
more stuff. Yeah.
How do you
About every 2 weeks
get
they add more.
into it?
It's only made by Meta right now. They are afraid to let creators in because they can't monetize it. There's no monetization, so they're afraid to let.
Exactly.
Like they're really afraid for me to get in there because they're like, "Wait, do you want to be compensated?" I'm like, "No, I don't want any compensation. Just take my stuff. It's free. Give it away for free." And they're like, "Are you sure?" I mean, it's like been 100 "Are you sure's" at this point. I'm like, please, I get it. It's worth a lot of money. I've spent a lot of time on it, but please, it's already out there. We just want to get it to them. Yeah, you got it, Desert Rose. And so the other thought though is just make sure if you're building with that, you check out your soft cubes, and I just say play with it and have fun. So
my problem is I have a hard time grouping things. Because I don't understand. It's like different language. So I mean that's about my hard time.
Yeah.
So I get frustrated very easy.
Losing his head.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
do
that I
I.
have a strong answer other than just maybe, find a friend, do it for fun. Don't take it too seriously. And I think you'll be surprised with what you create and what people will say. I think people will be more pleased with it than you expect. I really do.
No, he laughed at my monkey.
Well, honestly,
he's
what
too
I
hard on yourself.
recommend is if you do get frustrated, try to walk away for a little bit and go back to it. Because
That's
when
what I
you
do.
have your when your mind's fresh, it's a lot better than, doing it while
Well,
you're frustrated.
I appreciate all your opinions, and I will check that out more. I really do. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem.
Absolutely. And just one bit to share from me, just like Rabbits was saying, take a break. It can't stress enough a break. Like the longer you spend staring at it, it's not going to change. Take a break, get your brain ready, get your mind right. Take breaks in general, just because mental health is important, and you really need to, get out of headset every now and again to, refresh. But when you come back in, sometimes that's all it takes, just walking away from it. So, really want to stress that. So great
That's
advice.
how I finished my monkey. I did that, and he's hanging in the tree now. So
Nice.
That's awesome.
Congrats.
Keep it up.
thank you.
Sekek, welcome.
One day at a time. Hello.
Yeah, some of my question has
Great to
been
have you.
answered already. It's too bad that they made it so hard to share assets with strangers. And I also want to continue on the crypto topic. Blockchain and crypto will definitely be the future, but trading is always risky and maybe rewarding. Who knows?
Yes.
Last one. Any insider news about how fast will they be releasing more templates, like other gaming templates, maybe tower defense, tug of war? That would be great.
This is some good ideas. I would say if you have ideas for templates, post them in the official group or on user voice. And in terms of when they're getting released, I have a rough timeline that I'm not allowed to say anything about or even admit that I know about. So,
okay.
But to be very, very honest about Horizon Worlds, it takes a lot longer to develop things than they are willing to admit. So some of these timelines are going to be like pushed out a year, and I wish I was kidding, but it's the reality. So things take a long time to get developed. There's bugs. I mean, they just input Vidyuu 2.0, and that's going to cause a bunch of templates to have to be reworked. So I would just say be patient with it. There will be more, and we look forward to them.
Yay.
On that note, I wanted to talk about the community itself. The community in Horizon can do something that Meta cannot do. And that is to say, Sekit comes up here and tells us he wants to do a tug-of-war game. I bet there's a creator who could do that tonight. And tomorrow morning there would be a tug-of-war world or a tug-of-war template. And that's what's so special is sometimes we rely on Meta to make things happen that we don't necessarily need to do. And so I'd encourage you to, reach out to the community, like, hey, how would I build a tug-of-war game? And you might find that there's somebody who's willing to show you how to do that. Or maybe it happens sooner than you think. Because if you're asking Meta, it might take a lot longer. Yeah.
So, Laex, I got a really important question to ask you.
Hit the mic. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, come on around here to the mic. Come around to the mic.
Sorry.
There we go.
All right.
Oh, yeah, one more. One more. Just a little bit. There you go. Now we can hear you. Sweet.
All right, so very important question. As an inspiring developer myself, wanting to get into the whole metaverse, the metaverse world, even multiverse and whatnot, because I know some of the celebrities have been buying up the land and so forth. All right, these very early stages. I want to know, because I think this is very important for a person like me, being able to develop without actually using a headset, even though that's paramount, right, as far as for the experience. But on the creating side, I would love to know if you have something in the works where developers can actually use screens, because like typically if I'm at work, I've got multi-screens all set up. I would like to create and develop within a traditional, but I get eye fatigue, and that's one of the biggest things. So I would like to create on a typical screen and then have the experience still on the metaverse.
So there's a couple of things to touch on that you were talking about. So buying property in the metaverse is not in Horizon. So that's the first thing. I want to make sure that we talk about that, because there are people like somebody bought a house next to Snoop Dogg for I don't know how many thousands of dollars. Like that was something that the fact that somebody spent that much money on virtual land, that's great. If that's something that might blow up or become valuable one day, hey, it's a great investment. But in Horizon, that's not the case. Horizon, these worlds are being built by just people like you and me, making these collective spaces. We can hang out, we can play games, whatever it may be, show off our creative side, art. But these brands are coming in so that way they can be the first in Horizon to show off their brand, use it as marketing, be able to, get people to come in and then from there leave Horizon and then go spend money, or just awareness so that way they can get more traffic to where they're making money anyway. So make sure that whatever it is that you're planning on doing here in Horizon matches what it is that Horizon allows you to do. And we were talking about earlier, I don't know if you were here, you can't actually get out of Horizon with anything. There's no links you can click to get to a website. There's no way to bring pictures or video in, as our general capabilities. So all these things that you want to do in Horizon, you really have to create in Horizon, right? So until they give us that access to get out of Horizon to either create or bring stuff in, you need to be very careful of what it is that you're actually creating, because there's worlds, 10,000 worlds that, I think it was January or February, it was 10,000 unique worlds out there.
Probably
of
20,
those 10,000 worlds,
now.
I can tell you probably,
Yeah.
So of those worlds, most of them are sitting stale without anybody in them because they've been forgotten.
Right.
People have moved on.
That's right.
So you can create the best world that has ever been seen in Horizon, and in 3 months it'll be just another world in your creations tab. So you got to be very careful about what you do with it. It's got to evolve. It's got to grow. You got to host it. You got to share it. You got to promote it.
Right.
It is a full-time job if you want to make it your money by having your world.
That's right.
Right, and I think what the basis of my question is more so not necessarily the intention of the world being built. Obviously, I want it to be built to be used in the Horizons ecosystem, right? But what I'm more specifically asking is there going to be intention that allows the creator within obviously the ecosystem of metaverse to be able to create on a on a typical screen as opposed to in the VR. And the reason why I ask
Okay,
that is
Oculus,
because
I got
these
this.
worlds,
Yeah.
yeah, they take hours. I know there's Miss T. If anyone knows Miss T, she's been doing this for 9 months, right? She's got tons of
Mm-hmm.
worlds going, right? She's the first guru that I came across, and to know that she spent so much time inside the, I've got really poor sight, so I'm trying to get away from the actual headset to create rather than to have it on as creation as also, because it's so time
Okay.
consuming, you know.
Yeah. So what I wanted to start here and say was, there's a reason that it is currently only in here. And there's a reason we need to go to that website we mentioned earlier, User Voice. If you haven't been there, go there so you can vote for it. It's horizonworlds.uservoice.com, and you can vote to get, world creation tools like external stuff being brought in. And the reason it's all internal is because they want this to feel like a place, oh my gosh, that's just a triangle right there. I could build that, right? Like it's meant to feel like, oh, anybody could do that. And so they really don't want it to be overwhelmingly professional. But it's also another thing. If you go to VR chat or some of these other places that are using Unity and they're using their beefy computers to test these worlds, the moment they release it, it doesn't run on anybody's headset. And they don't care because they're like, well, I'm playing on desktop, so you can suck it. And then we go there and we're like, this experience sucks because they haven't played it in VR. Even I hate to call this person out, so I'm not going to say their name, but there is a really prominent developer at Meta who makes some of the best template worlds here in Horizon, makes some of the best worlds, and he published this template. I went in there and I was working in it, and I realized, dude, you built this on a desktop. It's not even accessible in edit mode in a Quest 2 because he'd only built it on desktop using the link cable. It wasn't like he still had a VR headset on, but he had only used his desktop computer, so he didn't even know that the world was unplayable in build mode and that it wasn't even a very good experience. He had no idea. And so being in VR, it's important so you know what are the capabilities of a VR headset. So to the point of why is it this way, I think there's a lot of reasons. Will it ever change? We can't say we we aren't that, we don't work for Meta in that capacity, and we wouldn't be allowed to even if we did. But you can be that change by voting for that type of stuff on uservoice.com. So feel free to check that out and make the vote. In terms of the near-term solution, there is a solution, so I'm going to get to that in just a second. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say about this. So yeah, number one, just be careful. Recognize that this isn't meant to be a 3D modeling app where you can import stuff from Blender or whatnot. It's really meant to feel like personal. So what can you do if you want to develop in Horizon Worlds but not be in VR? Well, if you run on a desktop app with a link cable, you can use your controllers. I don't know how you'd mount your headset up, but you could use your controllers and use your desktop screen. So I use this for live streaming. We're live streaming 2 places right here, and both of these are using desktop computers to be in VR. And if you connect it with a link cable with your hands, you can use your hands and still be looking at a 2D screen. And so that might be the solution for you. I don't know how to set it up because this is using your headset uses tracking around your room. So somehow you have to set it up so that it can see your hands and access them. But imagine if you locked it onto your neck or your chest or something with some sort of 3D printed something. I don't know. You sound like the guy who could figure it out. But I think that would potentially be a solution. Yeah. Oculus, anything else you want to say there?
Hopefully they make a proprietary app, maybe like a Horizons app for developers. That way it's only closed source to Horizon and the whole trademark, right? That would make sense. And then you can still like have it like, proprietary import once you design, and then, that way that the eye fatigue is less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as Laex was saying, user voice, horizonworlds.uservoice.com. Put that in user voice.
Absolutely.
Get people to vote on it, because the more people are interested in a new feature, that gives them a little bit of incentive to go and create it. And for people who build on desktop, people who develop on desktop, people are using these other apps to bring things into other metaverses. They're doing it already. And it may just be Horizon's just not moving in that direction, because we're seeing all these people come in who have no skills, no previous building or scripting skills, and then they're coming in here and building these amazing worlds. So it's usually the one size doesn't fit all, and that's why they do it a certain way. But it doesn't mean that it can't be something that can be done in the future. So worth a try putting it in horizonworlds.uservoice.com.
Yeah. The other thing I'd say here is,
thanks.
Let's see. They did like tease a mobile app and a desktop app. So this is what I wanted to say. I want to say that they did tease this last year. Obviously, nothing's come out. And even worse so, we use desktop app via the exe file on desktop, and they've actually made it less usable since this announcement. So it doesn't seem like progress is being made towards at least building in VR on a desktop. So I would definitely say you need to start like chanting that you want that as a feature for it to be made possible. And I think the other question you have to ask is, how would it work on desktop? Do you have to use your controllers? Because to move in VR, you know, you're literally grabbing the space and you're grabbing the objects and moving them around. And that's the reason I love it in VR. Oh, that's what I want to say. I love it in VR because of how much better it is than when I'm in a 2D space, because you get this three-dimensional. I know TM Wheeler's feeling the same thing right now. She's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to come up and say that same thing. Yes. So like literally, it's so good. And then the other thing I wanted to say though is they have the Cambria headset coming out, and I remember when I was on Quest 1 2 years ago and I came into VR and I could only be in Horizon for about 15 minutes at a time because I got so motion sick and my eyes hurt and I got a headache. And then I got the Quest 2, and I think the extra pixel density and all the other things that made the Quest 2 better, like higher frame rate, really helped me feel less sick in VR, because then I started going for 8 hours at a time, and now I can do 12 plus hours at a time in VR. Today I'm getting close to that. I literally got in this morning. I actually might be over 12 hours. What time? Yeah, I got in around this time, so it's over 12 hours now. But, you know, so like, it's like, you know, you get this experience and you start feeling more and more comfortable. And I think with Cambria, you might actually, I'd imagine with the things they're teasing with it, is it might be the solution to your eye fatigue. And then the other thing to note about eye fatigue in VR, for someone like you who might be really interested in this knowledge, is that it takes a lot of training for your eyes to get used to using VR headsets, because our eyes are traditionally, they're able to like zoom, like focus way out there, but right now we only have focus about where you're standing. So it's like you can't really see too far away. You have to get up close and personal and talk to people like this. And then the other thing is the yeah, like if I get right here, you can probably see me a lot better than when I'm way back there, right? Yeah. So it's like these headsets
So
are
that
designed to
that
be.
kind of okay. Sorry to cut you.
And so
That kind of
there's
burst
this
the question. The eye health.
Uh-huh.
Like, are you guys concerned about natural human eye health? Like, and is there
Oh
there
yeah,
like a
absolutely.
study
It's
or
something
like,
I
you
definitely
know?
talk about, and I think it's worth, you know, being well aware of, you know, what we're putting our eyes through, and eye strain is totally thing. But what I wanted to say is like the last point I wanted to get to is our eyes traditionally look all around and we dart up at the cloud. But in VR, we have to keep our eyes locked forward. So when we look at the cloud, we have to look up. And it usually takes a user 1 to 2 months to get used to that experience in VR. And so your eyes are traditionally used to the real world. So they look up like by darting their eyes up. And then you have to realize that, oh, it doesn't work like that in VR because of this rings. And so it might be that you just need a little more time in VR. I found Beat Saber really helps me get comfortable in VR. But on the other hand, we have talked about some other solutions. So hopefully that does find some way. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks ever so much, man. You guys have been a great help. I'll be looking forward to the future.
Thank you,
Appreciate
DJ Swanky.
Oh,
TM Wheeler,
awesome.
please.
All
We
right.
want to hear you from you.
Yes.
What's up, TM
Okay.
Wheeler?
Hey. So I started building 2 years ago, and I had never had any like experience with graphic design, nothing at all. I just opened a blank world and just started building. And so, I mean, and I found I'm dyslexic. So when I pull those shapes out and I stretch them and I move them, and it just really clicks with my brain. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's just something that comes very natural to me. So if I had to do it on a 2D screen, I don't think I would have the same experience,
Me either.
you know,
Yeah.
and not at all. So, I mean, I think it's really beneficial for a lot of people to do it that way. So, just a comment.
100.
But yeah, and also, you know, I've done some interviewing and things like that for world building, and a lot of people on the outside, they honestly don't know how this works. You know, so what I'm saying is, you know, they really don't. You know, they'll try to ask questions or use buzzwords, but honestly, you have to tell them, you know, what it's like in building in here, and so you really have to educate people that you're doing a world for a client. You really have to tell them what it's like and is allowed and what's not allowed, and what you can bring in and what you can't. And can you bring in things from Maya? No. So you can't really import anything. So that's really important to know. And I know y'all mentioned that earlier, but just a thought. So anyway,
Thank you,
wanted
Tina.
to say that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then
I love what you're talking about, the stretching the
screen,
shapes, and that kind of clicked with you. That was something that I kind of had that same kind of connection to, because I thought with the creation tools, I was going to have to really know how to sculpt in 3D, with CAD software. And I've looked at CAD software as an IT professional, and I know if I spent the time, I could learn it, but just looking at it, I was like, I can't just pick up SolidWorks or AutoCAD and learn how to create 3D models. That's not something that you just do. But when I came in here and I was like, all right, create new world, start over. Okay, I got a toolbox, boom, and then I start pulling shapes out. Well, everybody knows how to stack blocks. Everybody knows how to put shapes together and kind of make a house. It was literally at that point I thought, okay, this is not as hard as I've been making it out to. And everything that you were talking about and explaining about, just being able to pull those shapes out and stretch them, that was the fun part of it. And I still feel that same thing when I'm building. Just being able to shape something into what I'm thinking of is just amazing to me, to where I don't need a specialized software. I've got my 2 hands and 2 controllers, and that's it.
That's right.
And everybody's on an equal playing field.
Can spend hours building. The hours just go by and you don't even realize it. And 5 hours later, you're still building. So it's just really, really a really fun thing to do. So I just wanted to say that. And then I want that screen. I want a screen to show videos. Blue Wave.
Right. So I wanted to take a quick moment to shout out on the live stream. Hey, everybody on the live stream, great to have you. So awesome you guys have been sticking through with some of the technical glitches we've had tonight. And I also wanted to say, reads off some of the comments. So All-Star Beef Sandwich, who was here earlier, says thank you for answering all the questions. Just Ask Carlos says facts. Just kidding with you, Oculus. Byron Hill. Oh, okay. So Jay My Young Art. I hopefully didn't butcher that too bad. He says, with this community and the direction it's going, I don't trust the public with links and videos because they're worried about porn and all sorts of bad stuff. And I totally get that. And one of the things, I literally had that exact same fear, and I was literally on the same bandwagon of let's just keep it all internal. Let's keep it all internal for a very long time. My reasoning and why I've changed is because Horizon Worlds will self-regulate. We will show up at a world and be like, I don't feel comfortable here. I'm out. And you'll piece out of there. The world's going to end up at the back graveyard boneyard and no one's going to be there. Or you're going to have certain people who are always hanging out there and you're going to remove them from your friends list and be like, I don't want to see those people that are hanging out in those worlds. So I just think there will be some self-regulation. I do think there needs to be some way to visually catch that. If they use Facebook video, I think that kind of solves that solution as well. So I don't know. I think there's some good and some bad, and we do have to kind of work through that. And there's a lot of reasons that we don't have it, which, that might very well be part of it. Don't forget to subscribe, says Just Ask Carlos. What a bro. Appreciate that, guy. Also like the video. And we are only 39 subscribers from hitting 1,000 on Vidyuu nights. So if everybody in this room there would be halfway there. So we'd really appreciate if you wouldn't mind subscribing to Vidyuu nights. And then we're going to keep reading through some of you guys' comments on the live stream. Byron says, yeah, people watch this show, know where it is, but I think a huge miss Meta's part that user voice is outside of the metaverse. Right? Yeah. That is true. User voice should totally be something that I can be like, hey, open your menu, hit the button next to settings, and boom, you're in the user voice form and hit the vote button. Obviously, that is such a good point. Somebody go put that on user voice right now. Who's putting it there? Yeah. And then post it in the comments and I will upvote it so we can all see it. Oh my gosh. Byron also says 0.05% tells us that people don't know how to go online in boomer PCs. Okay, that's pretty funny. So if you don't remember, we were talking about the fact that we all want external content like photos, logos, videos, and music and all of that. And if you go online right now, only 150 people have voted, which is 0.05% of all Horizon Worlds users, which is just ridiculously low. So that was a pretty funny one. Claw Machine, thank you for laughing at that. More adult dating websites. We got trolls on our chat as well as in our. What in the world, Oculus? It's crazy.
That means you've made
that means we've made it. Everybody throw some confetti. Vidyuu Nights has made it. We've got trolls. That's too funny. Pigeon says, forever appreciative of all the educational content Vidyuu has been sharing for a while now. They made it easier for me to learn scripting when I joined Horizon last year. That is incredible. Coming from Pigeon number 12, who is an absolute legend scripter, legend educator who goes out and helps people. That is so great. Thank you so much, Pigeon. We really appreciate you. You are one of the all-stars of this community. Absolute legend. Okay. Lots of other amazing comments and questions in here. I think we're going to just pass, though, because I think we did go through most of these. So shout out to Super and Oculus for getting through those questions earlier. And thank you guys so much for joining us in the stream and here in studio. Back to Oculus to continue us.
Yeah, I was gonna say I love that you've got like that full circle of like everything you're doing. I definitely appreciate it. It makes it a lot easier to just kind of sit up here and let you kind of go with it because you're still dropping all these gems and sharing this great information. Miss T, what up? Shout out, Miss T. Somebody had shouted you out for all your worlds, your creations. So welcome and thank you for everything that you do. So Lakes, I know that pretty much everything that you talked about tonight, whether it was your experience coming into Horizon, your time struggling with just writing that first script, figuring out where to find help, and then turning it into an educational moment. Was there any point in time during the creating of the tutorials that you thought no one's going to watch?
We invite everybody to be with here, and I just couldn't take the hate, and so we did eventually close down the show because I just couldn't take haters hating, and it's really hard, honestly. I usually just delete hate comments, but sometimes it come from people that you like value. Like there was some community leaders who were sending me hate mail, and I couldn't believe it, and like not meta community leaders, but like community leaders at other groups in Horizon, and that stuff's hard, you know. And people just like really like it doesn't matter how helpful you are and how nice you are, people will hate you. I don't know how, and I'll tell you first and foremost, I'm not perfect, I'm not always nice, I do know how to cuss and be upset and get angry. Like, you know, we all have those moments, we can only take so much. And but you know, there's a certain point where it's like, oh my gosh, you guys, I can't believe you're getting upset. Like I'm just trying to do the best to like showcase other people and help other people. And now Oculus has taken up the mantle, which I really appreciate because it's so nice to be able to talk to people, learn what you guys are up to. And I love this show for that reason. It's so great. And I always come back and I'm like, oh, who's the guest this week? It's really nice, Oculus. So really appreciate you taking that on. He doesn't care about haters. He just like F off haters. He's like really good about it. He doesn't bother him so much, but it really kicks me in the
Well,
heart when people be mean.
you know, I wanted to ask that question to you because people seem to think that when you get hate, that's when you stop. That's when you change direction. That's when you shift gears and when you just go and change what you're doing. Because the moment somebody has hate for what you're doing, you start second guessing, you start questioning. And I was talking with Jay Dunn. If y'all don't know Jay Dunn, make sure y'all go find Jay Dunn and get to know him because him and his wife Joy Rain are the most amazing people I've met in this metaverse as a couple, as people, as creators. Everything about them screams positivity. And Jay Dunn actually called me after something that he saw. I don't even know if it was on Facebook or it was a video or what, but he called me and he wanted to tell me that he really appreciated me. He was proud of me. He was like wanted to call just because he thought maybe I was feeling down about that interaction that had happened. And he said that when when you start heading in a certain direction and you start getting that negativity, that's telling you you're going the right direction. And I know I'm basically not word for word what he said, but the message was like in Super Mario Brothers, if you stop and you don't move, the enemies never touch you. But it's as soon as you start heading in that right direction, that's when the enemies can hurt you. So there's going to be people along your path that are going to be giving you hate, telling you you're doing it wrong. They're going to be saying that you need to stop what you're doing. You need to change your ways and you need to go and do something else because they don't like it. But if that's your challenge, that's your first hurdle. That's your strength to let you know that not only can you overcome it, but that's the right direction. You need to keep moving in that direction. And when he said that to me, I wasn't even thinking about it because, like Lake said, people hate on me so often, and it blows my mind. And I'm just out here trying to help the community. And whenever it gets to a point where they're not actually listening, when they don't actually care about what you're saying or who you are, I just say thanks for your feedback. Have a nice day. And people hate hearing that because they're not giving you feedback. They want you to change your mindset. They want you to agree with them. So when their motivation is not to better understand you, to get to know you, to understand your perspective, or at least respect that y'all see it differently, that's when you just need to stop. Just say thanks for your feedback. Because at that point, that's all it is. It's not advice. It's not direction. It's not something that you need to take anything other than just words. And you need to thank them for their time. Thank you for your feedback and continue on. Because nothing stops a hater faster than telling them that you don't care about what they have to say. It's great to be able to hear that people disagree with you, share perspective because you never learn unless you actually see it from another person's view. But if that view is coming from a negative space, thank you for your feedback. Have a nice day. And like Lex is saying, it hurts. It really does. When you get somebody that you think you're doing great, you're helping people, and somebody comes into your inbox and they say, you're taking money out of my pocket, you're hurting what I'm doing, you're affecting me personally with what you say because I don't agree with it. I'm really sorry that that affects you in this way. Thank you for your feedback. Have a nice day. And so whenever I want to talk to people about this, they usually think about it and they're just like, "Yeah, you got a hater. That's because you're on a different platform. You got a show or you're doing all this community work and you're all over Discord and you're all over the community groups. So of course you're a target. People see you all the time." But I mean, even Lakes, who spends literally all of his time in Horizon trying to build the learning tools and now programs to elevate every one of y'all's skills, and he's getting hate too on his videos. It just shows you that it doesn't matter who you are or what you're doing, there's going to be haters. So please take that advice Jay Dunn gave me. If there are people in your way who are telling you that it's wrong or they're fighting you or they're against you, that's the right direction. Keep pushing forward. Rabbit, you've talked about it a little bit. You got haters on your streams. You got people coming at you and coming
Yeah,
for you in your inbox.
all the time. It motivates me. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right. It's like, for every hater I have, there's 10 supporters.
That's a good way to think of
That's
it.
a
I like
great
that.
perspective. That's a
Yeah,
great
that's a really good
perspective.
perspective. It's probably more like
And
100
without going
supporters if
into
we're being
any,
honest,
Yeah,
though. Like,
I said
like
10.
honestly, though.
I was gonna say, wow.
And the
I
hard thing,
just
though,
chose
Oculus
the
said this
number.
to me, and I've tried to do this. It's really hard, but like very regularly, people will comment and say, "Oh my gosh, I'm not getting it. The scripting here is too hard. Your video is too fast. Your tutorials not showing it correctly. Blah blah blah." And I try really hard to respond and answer and like ask, like what was it exactly that you were struggling with? I'm sorry that video is a year outdated. Here's actually the newer one that we did to address that issue. And then like today there was a lady who was like, I just want to do this stretchy string. And so I was like, okay, in 2 hours I'm live streaming. I will do stretchy string all over again because I just really wanted to get it right. And the whole stream just loved that topic. So that was a lot of fun to get to redo that one in a way that was super helpful. And so I really do try to take it to heart, but it sometimes can be very, very hard because we are trying every single day to get better and do another, like the next video is going to be better than the last one. And we've started some new stuff that I really feel is very special. I'm also like a little afraid because sometimes we go really fast in the live stream because it's only a 3-hour stream, and so I'm a little afraid sometimes the content goes really fast. But I think what I should be recognizing is that when I am going fast, the content that I was making was meant for people who are already at that level. And if somebody is upset, I should just be like, here's Hyperdual Scripting 101 video.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still really hard though. So, but I'll do my best and try to remember 100 for everyone. Yeah.
It's
Sorry.
true. I mean, I don't know how many of y'all have people supporting you, but I can tell you right now, if you're in this community, you already have people supporting you because Lakes is supporting you with his tutorials, with his videos, all of the effort that he's putting into making sure that there's content that you can go and search and you can learn. Even the stuff that's on the Meta Horizon YouTube channel and in the learn button in the scripting panel, there's all these resources that Lakes has put tons of hours into so that way you can level up. So you already have his support. You clearly have my support. I can't tell you how many people have inboxed me and said something to the effect of somebody's coming for me, somebody's saying negative things about me. I don't think that I'm good enough. I don't know that I can do this or that. And I'll unlock it. There you go. You can walk on stage. And the point of that is that you have my support too. Because if somebody I mean, I'll die on that hill. I don't care. I've done it already a number of times in the last just couple of months. I've seen people just come for somebody just because of they disagree or they don't actually know this person, and so they want to say negative things. And I've literally put myself out there to say, you don't know this person, and I know them that well enough to say that they're good people. You just need to really spend time to get to know them, and I'll go to bat for you. So you've got both of our support. And there's other people in this community that if you just take the time to just talk, have a conversation, have a friend request, join them in a world, you'll start building relationships, and then eventually you'll end up in edit mode together. Hey, you know what? I'm working on a world. Do you just want to keep me company? I didn't have building or scripting skills. Lakes invited me into edit mode one day, and I'm just like, what am I even doing here? People that
What is
invited me
this?
to their worlds just because of testing. I was literally breaking worlds because I wanted to help the user experience down the road from somebody else. And that was just enough to build that relationship further. And look where we are now, all from just having a conversation in the plaza, almost
Yeah.
having a conversation in Starbella's drive-through. So I
Hey,
mean,
I
So everybody's heard
actually
of
these are the
world
things
tours.
that
yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I
You go.
wanted to
oh yeah,
piggyback
world
off of
tours
that
too.
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because like a lot of people have actually asked me, how do you like contact people? How do you like find this community? There's a couple different ways. You can go on Discord, which is a huge one. That one's like, messenger, like messaging right away. That's a big one. There's, people, there's a general chat in there. There's, collaboration requests in there. There's so many things you
Mm-hmm.
can do. Also, the Horizon page on Facebook as well. Like that helps a lot. That's where I started. That's actually where I met people. That's where I was posting my pictures and people were like, so cool. There's also, you can message someone on Messenger and ask them. Like there's so many ways to meet people. And especially like just going up to someone and just simply saying like, hi, I'm new, can you help me? Usually people are very nice about it, especially the community guides. Like they help so much. So just wanted to put my 2 cents into that.
And I wanted
I
to
actually
add
want to
my
try
two
that.
cents, which is that
Before
world
your 2 cents,
tours.
I'm gonna refund your two
You
cents
taking
because I
my
want to say
two
one thing.
cents?
I actually want to try that because I can't tell you how many times I've gone into the plaza and it's a new community guide, and I'm just like, "Hey, I have a question," and they're like, "Oh, open your menu and you can find worlds," and I'm like, "Oh no, my question is about like something about like events, like have you had a chance to look at it because the events are stacking differently or something?" And so I'd be curious to know if we just went into the plaza and talked to a random community guy and just said, "Hey, I need help," and then see what that experience is like, because
They'd
that's
be
what
like,
people who are
you're
new to Horizon
Oculus.
are
You should know
experiencing.
that.
Well, I don't think they know me still, but I think it's valuable to find out what exactly the new people are experiencing because when we came in, we had amazing community guides that they had a very small percentage of people coming in, and they had the time to make these one-on-one connections. Now it's a flood of people all day long, and obviously moderating the kids. But as Rabbits was saying, you've got tons of resources out there. So if you're looking for support, if you're down about what you're doing, or you just don't think that it's good enough, or you just need help, there's so many resources, and it goes even beyond that to the programs that Meta's putting out there for people. Launchpad was the most recent one that Super asked about, and you even have people in the community that are putting together these programs to help each other. So just please ask. They're everywhere. Just ask everywhere. Somebody will give you information. 2 cents. Do now.
Okay, my 2 cents is back.
Deposit
and
2 cents.
I was going to say World Tours started out as basically just a cube. I made it 15 meters. No, we made it. Was it 15? I think it was 15 meters by 15 meters by 5 meters thick. Just a cube. Connected it by a 5-meter another cube wide, and then like put another cube out there, and we put another cube here, and we put a cube there. It was literally just a bunch of cubes and a bunch of trails. It was so basic, and it literally had just a list of worlds to search up. And you'd go there like by Google searching in your little menu and typing it in, and we didn't really. It was so different. But I just wanted to point it out because like this show and your tours event just kickstarted from that simple world. We didn't have any skills building. It was just a bunch of us no-brainers there, first time really throwing stuff together, having a good time, and it grows. I mean, it's been over a year and a half. What's a year and 3 months? I don't know. It's been a while. And oh my goodness, it's crazy.
It's interesting you say that, because the hut that was in the center of Tours back then blew our minds as to why the bounding box wasn't a square. Like, it was so off centered, and all we would have had to have done is select the first object that was actually oriented properly, and it would have been oriented properly from then through intro to creation to wherever the heck it is now. I think it's in intro to creation. But I think the bounding box is still screwed up on it. Right. So we had to learn all this stuff too. So don't feel intimidated by any of it, because we all literally were
trial and error.
Yeah.
Hey, Oculus, I know you're a late nighter, but we're like half an hour past my bedtime. Are we going to wrap at some point?
Well, I was going to ask you just one more question and then a wrap up, because obviously all these people here, we're so grateful that you stuck it out.
You guys are so cool.
If you have any questions, like last chance, we're going to open it up. If you have any questions, I'm going to ask him one more question, and then we're going to wrap it up. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to jump to the mic. I don't want to take away this opportunity, because not only, even though I've been working with Laex for the last year doing tours, last April we started it as an official event. So even before last April, we were working together, walkthrough Wednesdays, the creator spotlights. We've had such an incredible journey, and through this entire journey, I always ask you, and this is the first time I'm going to ask you in front of everybody, because every month I would ask Laex, what is your motivation to do the next thing? What is your next goal? Because Walkthrough Wednesdays turned into the Creator Spotlight. It kind of blended together with World Tours. It moved on to Vidyuu Nights. It came back into doing actually, I don't even know where it went after Vidyuu Nights. You kind of came back into tours, leading tours, getting kind of back into that re-energizing of world hopping. And then now you're doing the Sundays, which I think we're on week 3 or week 4 of doing the Sunday streams. So the question in front of everybody, what's the next goal? What's the next thing that you want to do?
I want to build a world. I know that sounds like, well, duh, but it's like...
Build a world. You heard it here first, y'all. Laex is going to build a world. Good night.
I know. But like, I want to tell you guys about something that really hurt me, and it's okay. I had this project that I had been working on, and man, I invested everything in it. I was literally at the hospital with my wife after the baby was born, and I was working while I couldn't sleep, just working on this proposal for this company. I was doing like graphic design and Photoshop and I was literally drawing and painting, and I don't know how many dozens of hours I put into this. And that project, I was so excited. I was like, Oculus, I am going to lead this project. It's a 5-world multi-connected experience. I'm so excited. They told us price wasn't an issue. I was like, oh my gosh, we're doing everything. We're going to do everything in this world. I'm so excited. And then they were like, we decided to go another direction with no explanation. We asked for an explanation. They never responded. And it just it broke my heart, because I don't know what happened, and I was so like passionate to build that project, and I was so excited. So I really want to build a world. I don't know what it's going to be. I know our team's got a couple projects in the works right now. We've already assigned project managers to it, so I'm not like the manager. I think I'll probably be involved to some extent, but I'm trying not to overstep my bounds. And I don't know. I want to build a world. I want to have fun. It's hard because every day I've got we got baby, we got doctor's appointments, I've got work, and it's just Horizon Worlds, but it's not me building a world. So I know it sounds crazy, but I really want to build a world. So to make that happen, I'm probably gonna have to schedule some sort of like additional live stream to do that. And they'll be like, okay, we're gonna do like a Friday night secret live stream with Laex where he goes and builds this special world or something. I don't know. It'll be fun. I really love the live streams though. That's like my passion project right now is like I've been every week I mark down what people are commenting on YouTube and I'm making an email list of what people's requests are and seeing how many we can do at the end of the week. And that's been a lot of fun, but it's not the world building part that I really want to do. And I feel like I've learned so much since my last build. I'd really like to put that together. Yeah.
I love your response because every time I ask you this question, you actually do like put some thought into it because you have these in the back of your head, things that you want. And that's the first time I've heard you say that you just wanted to get in and build something because you learned a bunch of stuff. And I think that's a huge message to all of y'all because even if you're trying to get a business in the metaverse, if you're trying to make a living in VR, you really do have to consider that you need that time to take a break. You need to do things that make you happy. And it was kind of where I was going with the question originally because when we would talk, I would ask you, like, what is it that makes you happy, like that you're doing? And I would always ask people who join tours, the volunteers, I would say, if you show up and you just don't want to lead tours or you don't want to go and take a tour or you don't want to hang out in the world and greet people and point them in the right direction, what is it that you do want to do? What's fun to you? Because I don't want you to show up and feel like I have a job. Tours is not a job. It will never be a job. People show up and they volunteer, they hang out, they go world hopping with us, whatever they want to do. And that's what makes it so special because it's always been a volunteer, community led, and community provided um, event. And so with Lakes, I always try to get that little bit out of him because he does spend a ton of time working, building, creating things for all of you. And the one thing that we always try not to focus on is what are we going to do next? Because we're so busy with what we're doing now, but we always have to plan. And having a little bit of time to take a break and do these live streams to actually feel good about interacting and getting this feedback from the community, that re energizes us. And that's why I do this show to get that re energization from y'all to continue to bring people up here to share this great information, to give y'all a chance to learn something, to ask questions, to be a part of something. And it's real. This is something that you can apply in your own worlds. You can even apply it outside of VR if you want, because making that work life balance, that's something that you can take outside of here and try and figure out if you don't even have that in your day job. But you're definitely going to need it when you come into VR because this headset strapped to your face after a while, you're going to have that fatigue, long term health issues, possibly. We don't know. So please take care of yourself. Please take breaks. And please consider that whatever you're doing, make sure you take time to re energize and do things that you enjoy. So, as far as lakes and rabbits, it looks like Horizon is just forcing people out of this world. I was going to ask Lakes one more thing, but I do want to kind of elaborate on what he was talking about, putting in hour after hour for this project that never came to fruition. This is another reason why, if you're going to invest in a business, all those hours spent, even though other projects came about, other contracts that are here, the reality is that you're not going to get every contract, you're not going to get every bid. So make sure that you prepare yourself, and then of course, when you do get the ones that come through and that are actually, hiring you, you start to appreciate both sides of it. Not just, hey, every proposal that I write, they're going to accept it and I'm going to get the work. There's going to be those times when you don't get that work, and you got to have that balance again. Make sure you appreciate when you don't get the work because it's going to feel that much better when you do. So, Lakes, you disappeared right when I was about to ask you
Oh
the
yeah,
next question
sorry, my
about.
headset froze. Go
No,
for
it's
it.
no worry. A bunch of people got kicked actually with rabbits as well. But as far as that work-life balance now with the baby, now with doing projects on top of all of the other things that you're doing for the community, is the live stream and showing up here for the last 4 hours. Do you feel as though that there's a point where you're just going to take a break from Horizon and just kind of re-energize? Because there's big companies like Microsoft, like Facebook, Meta. They have people take vacations for the very reason of not getting burnt out. And you're year two, pretty much.
Oh, it's so funny. um, first and foremost, yesterday wasn't it? I went to In and Out. Was it 2 days ago? It was 2 days ago. Friday.
Yeah, your three
I know
hour
that sounds like a
one way
ridiculous
drive.
thing, but it's like I was in my car and I found a salt packet from In and Out, and it's a 3.5 hour drive, and I was like, hey, honey, you want to go down to In and Out? And I was like, kind of joking at first a week ago, and then we were like, that does kind of sound good, and we then talked to our photographer friend, and we met up and took some baby photos, got some really good food, and I don't know. That was nice. That was a really, really good way to, get out. It was ridiculously 108 degrees here, and but that was nice, But like, I still want to be in VR. What really re-energizes me is when I spend time building a world. And I used to do this like every other weekend. I'd come in on the weekend and I'd build an entire world, and it'd be this amazing experience. And we'd launch it, and it was a lot of fun. Problem is, it's so much work to upkeep a world that I don't know. I feel like it's almost more painful to build a world than it is to to not build a world at this point, because like Pop was one of my favorite worlds of all time, and then an update came out that completely broke it, and there was no way for me to fix it easily, and it would take me a few dozen hours. I don't know, like I don't usually count in dozens, but I'm serious, few dozen hours to fix that one. And it was like I literally need to just start from scratch on it, and I didn't want to start from scratch because I loved what it was, but it isn't what it was anymore because it's broken, and that really hurt because it was one of my faves. But um yeah, so anyway, building in Horizon does revitalize me sometimes. But right now the biggest thing is just like when I get to go and help somebody, and so those live streams do that. But yeah, the building a world, I don't know what it is. I feel really sad that I haven't had a new world in a long time. And like there's a lot I could have done with the Vidyuu slots, but of course I did get hate on it, which is probably where I need to start taking that advice of don't let the haters get to you, and like know you're going in the right direction, because I did kind of let it get to me. But I don't know. It is what it is. But I
I
guess what
think
I
it's
wanted to say
amazing
though
that you get hate,
is
though. That blows my mind.
the thing that I really wanted to say though is that I have found some crazy work-life balance between, I don't know how, and I don't think this happens normally at the 2 week mark of having a new baby, but my wife is an absolute legend. Huge shout out to KO, like seriously. But we've been able to manage like balancing this. I go to work and then I'm here when she needs me, and we both work from home, so it's like there's that. And she's I know she's supposed to be on maternity leave. Is it maternity leave still, or is it, I don't know what it is after the baby's born, but anyway, like it's like, but she's still reviewing videos for us, and she's trying to find her way to like kind of get her groove back into work too, because she wants to do some stuff. And so we're kind of working it out, and we're finding this new groove that's been really good, and I'm feeling really, really good about the groove we're finding. And then, honestly, without you and Jay's support, I don't know how I could have possibly been able to keep going. I would have quit by now. I don't know. Like, that sounds awful, but it's so much. There's so many things we're doing. It's like there's video nights, there's video tutorials, there's video tutoriales en español, there's the Meta Horizon Worlds channel, there's the creator series, there's the weekly creator series, there's the update videos, and then they're constantly releasing new updates. Then there's the assets, and then there's the video verification program, and then there's the contract work we're doing, and my mind just can't take it all. It's too much. So being able to have you guys help take on portions of these, and being able to like figure out what we're able to work on, and I just shout out you and Jay, because you guys have been like helping for such a long time, but we just introduced
Elastic to help us on world creation. And he just left his job to come and join, and he's been a huge member of Horizon. And so I'm really looking forward to working with him and hopefully seeing how he can help us kind of continue growing beyond where we're currently at without it being too much for any one person. The other thing that I was going to say is I take usually about 2 to 4 weeks vacation every year. And so this year I took 3 weeks or so in January. My wife and I went to Disney World, and then we went to Cancun. And Disney World was not a vacation. Don't let anybody fool you into thinking it's a vacation. It is like basically a job to go through every single park. Oh my gosh, I was so worn out by the end of it. I was like, we need to do it every other day next time. Like, that was just so much. It was too much. Or just do one park. I don't even know. Just too much. But Cancun was so great because I could sit back, and then I literally had my laptop and my VR headset there. So every night I'd get some work done in VR. And I know I'm on vacation, but I love working here in Horizon. And I just did the stuff I wanted to do. I was like, I'm not going to do anything like related to the stuff I don't want to do. I'm just going to do the stuff I want to do, which is like making tutorials and answering questions. And I don't know. So that was fun. I felt so revitalized after that. I feel like I could go for another one of those like tomorrow, but I think I can't say anything. I don't. We'll see what happens. November, apparently, there's something going on. Yeah, we'll see. Kayla and I are talking about how we might be able to take some trip in November. But anyway.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to like dissect that, but literally you have so much on your plate. And of all of those, I think maybe one is like not for the community, but yet it still is, and that's the contract work. Like, I think that that's something that, if anything, you take away from this entire talk, from the chaos to finally getting that back on the rails and talking about things that actually benefit you, and then completely benefiting you through the Vidyuu verification, through the tutorials, through all the videos, through the help. You literally spend a majority of your time in here for everyone else. And I can't say enough great things about the fact that you have been so community focused, while you just have just taken it to another level of giving people the tools to just completely level up themselves. So seriously, thank you for everything that you've done. I think everybody out in the crowd can't throw enough confetti to thank you for just all of the things that you've done, whether it's directly through tutorials, through your time that you've spent, through the times that you've been on stage, whether it's Ask Your Q, Speak Your Truth, or here, or any other time that you've been on Vidyuu nights, just sharing whatever it is that you have going on. People literally know your name everywhere in Horizon, and it's for that very reason. So thank you so much for everything you've done. Do you have anything that you want to shout out? I hate to say plug wherever they can find you, because I think it's literally everywhere. But in all seriousness,
it's a
anything
pleasure,
you want to close
guys.
up?
It really is a pleasure. I mean, that's why I do it, because I really like helping people. It can be hard at times, but I'm really blessed to be able to be here. And I mean, the blessings are overflowing, and so I really appreciate you guys. What I want to also say is, I know the contract work sounds really selfish, but it's kind of not. Like,
it's
because
not.
we use that to also finance the tutorial channel. Like, that's something that until it's like actually making money on YouTube, which it may never, because tutorial channels don't usually make money on YouTube. It's going to finance that. We're never going to stop educating. I really believe in helping everybody helps us. I mean, the more we help you, the more it helps us grow, and back and forth. And then all of a sudden we're all sitting on top of the world or on the moon, as wherever the moon guy went. Is he still here? But you know what I mean?
No.
I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. I think, and then we're going to keep sharing our experiences from those projects with you guys to help you grow. And I don't know. I'd like to think everything we do is to help others, and not to mention being able to give people building contracts. I think that's also super huge, because it's something people want to do, and I'd love to grow that to a point where we can hire, hundreds of people to build worlds. I used to work for a company that basically did that. I mentioned earlier in the talk about how I had this one project, and it was a $300,000 job, which is mind blowing to even think about. and I had 40 people working for me on that one project over the course of a couple months, and we had 11 live streams all going straight for 2 weeks, just absolutely bonkers. And so I think it was actually 10 days just to be exact, but you know what I mean? It was a bonkers job. And so I imagine we can get to that scale. And that was one project they were doing. And the reason they gave me that project is because they had bigger projects going across the world for that company I worked for. And I was just like that's crazy when you think about it. So I really do think at some point we're going to get to the point where there could potentially be hundreds of people building worlds on our team. And I hope that, I think the only plug I'd make is for Vidyuu verification, which is so valuable not only to us but also to you guys. I really believe it's going to help our entire community grow faster than ever was before possible, because we're going to have a place where you can find people. I know I don't know where he went, but there was a guy here who was like building his own directory, and I'm sure we're going to connect with him, because there is a way we can take this directory a little bit further. Right now we have badges there, but I'd love to make a way for people to sign up who don't necessarily already have a badge, right? Like maybe there's just someone who does good testing, or something else that they're really good at, or accounting, I think is one of the suggestions we had. And I'd love to have a way to get those people in our directory as well, because we really love hiring at Vidyuu from the community. And I know we're going to be looking directly at this directory, and our whole team is getting verified. So it's like we are taking it so seriously. And every member who goes through it, they give us feedback and we're updating it. And so we hope that you'll do the same and provide some feedback. And yeah, so vidyuu.com/VV is my only plug. And I just want to reiterate, since I didn't say it tonight, that it's not really about the money. I really don't intend to make money off the verification program. We're already thousands of dollars in the hole on developing it, and we're just basically trying to break even. We want to pay, Sensei Jay to do the evaluations. We want to pay the $1,000 a year bill for the tool we're using to make that website possible. And it's there's some expenses, and we hope you'll join there. We're not charging you in the future. It's a one-time fee, so it's like, I hope it's valuable. I hope you guys like it, and I hope at the very end of the day, like what we saw with Oculus and several other people who've been through it, it pushes you just a little further, so you've leveled up to a level you didn't know you could get to. So thank you guys.
Yeah, in full transparency, through the talks and the development of this program, we had numerous, not just like one discussion and it was decided. We had numerous talks over the course of months on even charging for this program, and I was one of the first people who spoke up, and others in this process. You have to charge something because you have to put value on it. You can't just make it free, everybody gets it, and it waters it down to a point where everybody gets it, everybody continues to test for free, and the people who have to do these evaluations and these reviews and put in the time to go and assess these worlds that are being submitted, that's just eating away at the money that is going towards all of these amazing things that are helping create more tutorials and more opportunities for people out in the community. So the only reason that it even has a price value on it right now is for the very sake of just trying to break even for the time that's being spent to evaluate your world. So please consider, before the end of the year, going to vidyuu.com/VV, get verified, and get your builder badge and get your scripter badge if you're interested and you want to learn it, and start showcasing these skills so you can get yourself marketed. We can try and get you some work because now you're a verified builder and scripter. And we can also just continue to grow our skills through all of these amazing opportunities, and it'll help us continue to grow more of these programs. So can't stress
Yeah.
enough how grateful we are to have you today.
And next year,
if you want to
when
say
it
one more
does go
thing,
up in
yeah.
price to $100 per badge, we're going to use that money to build the next educational series as a part of that. Like it's like we're
Yep.
going to reinvest Vidyuu verified money into Vidyuu verified program, so it becomes more and more valuable to you. So like really, like I said, you're going to always break even there. We have other ways to make money, so I'm not really trying to make money on that program.
And
So really, yeah.
it's funny how many times I hear you say that, like, oh, it's okay, we're gonna break even, we're gonna break even.
He's
It's a
really
lot of
trying to
times
make it
where
profitable, silly guy.
money is not the motivator for Vidyuu. So when people say $10,000 is your starting price for a world, that's absurd. No, $10,000 is the starting price to be able to deliver a quality world as an entry point, and to also help elevate the rest of the community get paid what they're worth. So keep that in mind when you're looking at that price tag. You can go out and you can buy yourself a Honda Civic for $25,000 and get to work. You can go out and buy a Lamborghini for $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 and get yourself to work. So it's
Why
up
would
to
I rather be
you
the
how
Honda
you want to get to
Civic?
work.
Sorry, I don't drive Lamborghinis.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. But in all
I was like,
seriousness,
what?
both of them are going to get you to work. Both of them are going to be able to get you to and from wherever you need to go. It's just up to you on what it is your budget is and what you're looking for. So there's nothing wrong with either side
Some
of
people do
that
like
pricing
Lamborghinis.
scale. Yeah, some people, some of them, I don't know. But I just really want to stress that please don't start thinking about that is too low, that's too high. Think about where can I make money? How can I make this a sustainable business? And you've got people out here that are willing to help you.
Don't be
And
afraid to
the
ask
man on stage
questions.
right
Seriously.
here is
Don't be afraid
number
to ask
one right now
questions.
and all of that. So appreciate y'all being here. Seriously, Lakes, I know I can't stress enough staying up late, being here and sharing all
no,
this
it's
amazing
good.
information. I'm so grateful. I'm also sad because now I can't have you on stage like probably ever again because the chaos was just too much to handle twice.
If you didn't see the chaos in the first beginning of this stream, go back and watch the beginning of this stream. It was so funny. Oh my gosh.
On top
I
of
swear, it was
the
so good.
live streams crashing, both Super
Oh
and mine,
gosh.
over and over
That
and
was so
over and
bad.
over and over again. So thank you to Horizon. I'll be putting in a user voice bug tonight for that one. But seriously, I'm going to wrap up the show for the stream, and then I'm going to ask if y'all can hang out for a selfie. So hang out for a second. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. All right, for everybody watching on the Super Stream, appreciate y'all hanging out. Appreciate your questions. Make sure that you like, subscribe, do all the things because Super is here for the community. So I'm here for Super. Appreciate everybody coming out, and we will see y'all next week. Thank y'all for checking out Horizon Live with me. Thank you to Lakes for being here. All the time spent. Really appreciate y'all checking it out and sticking it out in the live stream. Apologize for all of the crashes, but you know how it goes. Appreciate everybody's time. Make sure you stick around and come through next time. We're going to have more amazing surprise guests. We're going to have more amazing content. And we're here for you. So make sure that you're in the chat every single week. Ask your questions, talk about your comments, or join us here in Horizon Live. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Oculos. This is Laex05, who won't leave me the heck alone. And we're out. Have a good night.
Sundays, every Sunday, we are here. We kick it off with Vidyuu tutorials at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and then we followed up with this Horizon Live at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, and we go until apparently really late. So come and hang out with us. We'll see you at Horizon. Bye.